Hello, hello. I'm sorry. Good morning. Good morning. This is your girl Nicole Reloaded, and I'm locked and loaded with another video. May God bless you on this morning. And we're locked and loaded, honey. So we're gonna discuss Kalina Collier and some things. I know there's a lot of stuff that's going on in regards to Kalina. She was terminated from JetBlue. Um, Unfortunately, that is what happened to that young lady. I said in multiple different videos where I discussed Kalina Collier that God will deal with her if she decided to utilize this unfortunate time in her experience um, for clout or if she had lied. So, but I want to actually stem on the side of the people that supported Kalina Collier. We are in one of the hardest times that humans can experience, not only in the United States, but as well as around the world. And as I was doing some research, I've always wanted to go to Jamaica. Let me just say that. I've always wanted to go to Jamaica, and maybe hopefully one day I can. Um, but I do know that the travel advisory makes it very clear throughout the United States and embassy that it's not safe to travel there right now. I believe that it's a stage. Let me just say this. The travel advisory says reconsider traveling to Jamaica due to the health and safety measures in COVID related conditions. Exercise increased caution in Jamaica due to crime. Some areas have increased risk. Read the entire travel advisory. Read the Department of State's COVID-19 page before you plan international travel. So it goes on in regards to that. I don't think anybody should really be traveling outside of the United States from or any country into anywhere because you don't know what rules and regulations that they are going to drop down on you. Now, I'm on my mobile device right now, so please forgive me. I do not see your comments. Um, I do have the call in number there, though, available if anybody would like to call in and share what you feel. But like I said, I wanted to come on and discuss just briefly in regards to the people that supported Kalina, the innocent bloggers, just the people that got there, that seen Kalina come on, and I mean, let me just play something for you real briefly. We were waiting for our driver. We're sitting in the lobby. They come over to me and they're like, "Are you Kalina?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm Kalina." So they're like, "Come with me." This tall Jamaican man named Earl. Okay, I'm giving out all the details. God forbid that I'm unable to speak anymore. You guys have this live and you guys can speak for me because I don't know what the fuck is going on in here. So anyway, story straight me to call Earl because he said that we no, I said that. And then he's like, "No, you signed the paper, you're supposed to be quarantined." I said, "No, I'm negative. Get your story straight and call him." He's like, and then he drives up to us and he's like, because there was people passing by. I was like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, they're trying to keep it real hush. They don't want to know. They don't want people to know what's going on. But it's super scary because nobody knows that I'm in this room right now except for the security guard. Nobody knows. All right, now this is Kalina Collier, and she is live on her IG with her friend, sharing her alleged experience at this time. Now, that's her experience, but I will say this for the people that made content in concern about this young lady due to the videos that she made, I don't believe that there was anyone that was out here clout chasing trying to get that I seen with true concern, with true documentation. No, go. Like I said, with true concern and true documentation in regards to Kalina Collier. We are all, I would hope, with dear care and concern of the Black female, especially a young Black female. I do believe that she, excuse me, overreacted, but her overreaction was her feelings. She young, good job, used to having her way, didn't understand what was going on. When she seen that negative test, mama didn't understand. That baby didn't understand why I gotta stay here. Where the hell is my mama? My friends gotta leave. What you talking about an NDA? So on and so forth. Those are just my, you know, my opinions. And I could be wrong. No disrespect to Jamaica. No disrespect to anybody. Hold on really quick. Let me set this clip up and I'll be right back.
Yo, yo, microphone check, make it a microphone check. Give it a microphone, I make it a microphone dead. Don't step to me, newbie, I could truly be moody. I could've played the fucking Grinch in the movies. I've been a part-time shadow cat, part-time. That is not a guy that I would ever wanna try to battle rap. Snap, crackle, pop, mind fried to a crisp. Make an MC into a wide-eyed lunatic.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. But like I was going to say, I do, I believe in my spirit, like I said before. I really truly believe that, Kalina, she overreacted. She was in a different country during a pandemic and she recorded her overreaction and confusion and misunderstanding. And the hotel allegedly everything just got out of control. I can't say if the young lady did it for for clout and so on and so forth. I mean, the young lady did have a job at JetBlue. I hope I tried my best to believe in people, um that people will give the best of who they are. And it's just very disheartening to me if, well, I can't say if, I mean, the young lady was terminated. I'm just so filled with so much emotion. So please forgive me if I seem all over the place because I just find this very mind boggling to me. Why, girl, you had a job at JetBlue, daughter. You had a job over at JetBlue. I've talked to several different people that have had amazing experiences traveling to Jamaica. And I've also talked to several people that have not. So I want you to decide. So let me play this disclaimer and we'll get into the audio. Please make sure that you like, share, subscribe, thumbs up the video, do all that good and be a critical thinking. You think for yourself, okay? There's no need for any false flagging, any ignorant things. And like I said, the call-in number is there for you. And we can just get into some things and, you know. Hey, this is your girl Nicole Reloaded. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe and all that good Make sure you pay attention to this content disclaimer. Hey, what's up? This is your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we're locked and loaded with another video. And we are live. Oh, yes, we are live. And we are on our way over to Twitter. There's been some trees throwing a shade on that black Twitter line. Oh, yes, that's what we do, honey, over here with the Insomniacs, also known as So Ready for Love on Twitter. Follow me on all social media platforms. This is your YouTube content creator, vlogger, black news, stalking Twitter just for you. So tighten up. Get on your tennis shoes. Barefoot if you need. But it has increased and it has increased. We are locked and loaded. So follow me over to Twitter as I change the scene.
Shows a number of popular Jamaican beach resorts covered up sexual assaults, then paid victims to keep silent. According to the Detroit Free Press, sexual assaults of tourists are a long-standing and unchecked problem in Jamaica, where an estimated 1 American is raped a month, according to State Department statistics. The paper also says victims agreed to payoffs by resorts to protect the resort's reputations and revenue. Teresa Baldas, a new investigation shows.
Okay, let me play that again so to make sure everybody has a clear understanding now. Like I said, you decide. You decide. Let's have a discussion as an adults. You're listening to your girl Nicole Reloaded. We're locked and loaded with another video. And this is from CBSN. Popular resorts in Jamaica cover up sexual assaults. Reports say, let's get into it. A new investigation shows a number of popular Jamaican beach resorts have covered up alleged sexual assaults and paid victims to keep silent. Okay, now this is from December 17th, 2018. So the extreme concern in regards to Kalina Collier, I don't think was an unrealistic concern. Now, this young lady did that to garner attention and clout. You know, like I said, she will deal with the consequences of her actions. JetBlue has, you know, but she still has a story to tell, and I don't think that we have a right to tell it for her. So let's go ahead and listen.
A number of popular Jamaican beach resorts covered up sexual assaults, then paid victims to keep silent. According to the Detroit Free Press, sexual assaults of tourists are a long-standing and unchecked problem in Jamaica, where an estimated 1 American is raped a month, according to State Department statistics. The paper also says victims agreed to payoffs by resorts to protect the resort's reputations and revenue. Teresa Valdez is the federal courts reporter with the Detroit Free Press. She worked on this investigation and joins us now. Teresa, thanks for being with us. Help us understand how widespread this issue is. Is it a few resort chains refusing to report the assaults, or is the problem more widespread?
You know, that's a question I can't answer 100%, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened in some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would.
Okay, Del, did you hear what this lady said? That they had some signed non-disclosure agreements. Don't focus on how many people are watching. How you doing, Donna H? How you doing, T Love? God bless you, baby. I know you from Jamaica, Mama. I would love to speak to you and have your opinion on this because you do live down in Jamaica. Hey, what's up, my sister? The plainest Jane is in the building. I've been researching, and this is really important because I want us to use our brains. And I'm sorry I'm bringing this to you in the middle of the night and late, but this is what we do. This is your girl, Nicole Reloaded, locked and loaded with another video. Look, I am a single mother. I am homeschooling, and I'm trying to keep myself afloat. Okay. And I come on when I can. I do the best that I can. So let's get back into this. Okay. This is for all the bloggers and vloggers that were concerned about Kalina Collier. Popular resorts in Jamaica cover up sexual assaults, and reports say a new investigation shows a number of popular Jamaican beach resorts have covered up alleged sex assaults and paid victims to be silent. Federal courts report and this was in the Detroit Free Press, joined CBSN.
A few resort chains refusing to report the assaults, or is the problem more widespread?
You know, that's a question I can't answer 100%, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims tell me that the resorts just ignored me and said, try and forget about it, just deal with it. And you had others that said they talked me out of going to the police, and they can't, just go home and forget about it. So how widespread it is, I'm not sure, but State Department statistics going back 7 years shows us that an estimated one American a month is reports being raped in Jamaica at the resorts. And there have been year after year warnings from the State Department alerting tourists about this. And I think that's the tricky part. A lot of people I spoke to said, I had no idea about these travel alerts.
Well, what happens to the alleged attackers when assaults are reported to the resorts?
It varies person by person. I've had some that, when they reported it, initially they're sort of, and it's not fair, every situation is different, but overall, the victims are told, calm down, we'll talk about this, we'll deal with this. Some have called the police, but there's a resistance to do that. The resorts don't want to handle this on their own. And, sometimes they're not believed, or sometimes they tell them, well, we've never heard of this happening before. That's what triggered this entire investigation. We had two women from Detroit who were in Jamaica in October, and they were raped at gunpoint inside the resort, an all-inclusive resort. And when they went to the front desk, they were told, we've never heard of this. When they went to the police said, we've never heard of this. I interviewed tourism officials, oh, this never happens here. And that's sort of what triggered the whole investigation was, does it happen here more than they're saying? And it looks like it does.
Well, the stories victims told you as part of this investigation were often violent and graphic. What kinds of issues are these victims still dealing with years later?
It's again, it varies victim by victim, but there was one girl, she was 17 years old. She lost her virginity. to a man she says raped her in a locked laundry room. And her friend who was with her was 21 years old. She said she was gang raped by three resort lifeguards. These young women still struggle with it. Their mothers were with them. They blame themselves. They're still.
Wait, hold on. What did the lady say? Their mother was with them. Come on, you guys. We gotta use our minds and critically think. My delivery might be slow. It might not be all that entertaining, but I definitely give you news that makes you fucking think. And if this is not good enough to make you think and back the firecracker off, the bloggers, this is not something that is a bunch of BS. This is from CBS News, yo. And also, all you have to do is look up traveling to Jamaica. Unfortunately, I didn't come up with this. I didn't make it up. I just want people to think. And I want Jamaica tourism to be blessed too as well. But you're going to have to make it a way to make it safe for the people that fly down there from all around the world.
A lot of crying over it, and are we at fault here? Victim blaming, victim shaming. Another woman I interviewed, she had been molested as a child. So when this happened to her on vacation, it sort of brought it all back for her. The severity is different, victim by victim, but it's hard to deal with.
Hard to deal with. It's so important. Thank you so much, Teresa Baldus, for sharing your reporting and insight with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Now, like I said, this was CBS News. This was in 2018. I have another one for you. But in between time, let me gather this clip and get it together. Shout out to the plaintiff Jane. Thank you, T Love. I am not trying to offend anyone, disrespect anyone. Let's just come together and have a conversation. Cyberbullying and stalking and content creator on top of content creator harassment is wrong. And we're talking about women being violated. You can't talk about you can talk about whatever the firecracker you want to talk about. But if you're talking about change and protecting the Black woman, utilizing violent and constant harassment and cyberbullying is not the way. We can talk to each other without trying to destroy and hurt one another. Here's something else that I found.
My belief is that it was just a cold, calculated, planned out murder. My belief is that it was just a cold, calculated, planned out murder. It wasn't a random act of violence. It is somebody she knew. It is somebody she trusted.
Andrea Gibbon believes her daughter, 26-year-old Desiree, was betrayed by someone she considered a friend. She was staying at a resort owned by her family in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and was last seen on Thanksgiving. The aspiring model and filmmaker was discovered Saturday, 4 miles away by police. Her throat slashed.
In a bush, in the country, where she would never have traveled. Not ever. It was an isolated, desolate area. Nothing there.
Gibbon's stay was supposed to be for 1 month, a chance to travel, visit family, and get a job that would help pay for film school. The next step in fulfilling her dream of becoming a documentarian.
She wanted to know the culture. And she always said she wanted to be like Anthony Bourdain.
As her murder investigation is underway, her family in Queens is planning to bring her back to New York.
I need her home. I need to lay her to rest. We need to mourn her here.
The family now working to expedite the process to get a death certificate and bring Gibbon back home, creating a GoFundMe site to help pay for funeral costs, which reached its $20,000 goal in just 2 days.
My belief is that it was just a cold, calculated, planned out murder. It wasn't a random act of violence. It is somebody she knew. It is somebody she trusted.
Andrea Gibbon believes her daughter, 26-year-old Desiree, was betrayed by someone she considered a friend. She was staying at a resort owned by her family in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and was last seen on Thanksgiving. The aspiring model and filmmaker was discovered Saturday, 4 miles away by police. Her throat slashed.
In a bush, in the country, where she would never have traveled, not ever. It was an isolated, desolate area. Nothing there.
Gibbon's stay was supposed to be for 1 month, a chance to travel, visit family, and get a job that would help pay for film school. The next step in fulfilling her dream of becoming a documentarian.
She wanted to know the culture. And she always said she wanted to be like Anthony Bourdain.
As her murder investigation is underway, her family in Queens is planning to bring her back to New York.
I need her home. I need to lay her to rest. We need to mourn her here.
The family now working to expedite the process to get a death certificate and bring Gibbon back home, creating a GoFundMe site to help pay for funeral costs, which reached its $20,000 goal in just 2 days.
The federal government.
All right. Now, that was another news article that I found. And you're listening to your girl, Nicole Reloaded. We're locked and loaded with another video. I just would like for us to utilize critical thinking. But like I told my homegirl, critical thinking left when light-skinned niggas were the bomb.com and the Jerry Curl came in. Okay? But shout out to my light-skinned brothers because y'all still fine. But you know when they dropped y'all, honey. They got rid of critical thinking, left that too. Okay? Now, I got a call-in number here if you would like to call in at 1-718-362-6120. I have a PIN number that's 421-1946. Let's talk about it. You don't want to talk about it? We don't have to be volatile. We don't have to make video after video after video dragging, harassing, and cyberbullying our content creators. We don't have to do that. Maybe there are some out here that is doing this for numbers and for clout. But what about the genuinely concerned? And I've had a lot of mothers hit me up and other women that have hit me up that have had experience with Jamaica, visiting Jamaica, living in Jamaica. I don't know. I've never been there. But I've had an experience with a Jamaican man in his family. But I don't want to be biased in that regards. Like I said, you decide. You decide. It's up to you. Only you can prevent forest fires. Now, I got another clip that I'm going to set up for you guys, and I would like for us to listen. Please make sure that you like, share, and subscribe and all that good stuff. Ooh, this is heavy, and it's early. My baby has a test in the morning. When I come on here, to show y'all some love about what I found. So I'm going to play you a clip real quick. Y'all get your stuff in order. Please share this, share this. Share if you care. Somebody's going to share it eventually. Stop being a disrespectful, hating ass bitch. Anyway.
Keep going. What a money resign, what a money resign, what a money resign, what a money resign. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your VIN and the paper because I'm asked what the what. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay, 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 okay. Right, be going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell you, be going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked what the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay, 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 okay. Right.
Now, hey, where the money reside. Now, I played him because to just soften what we're talking about just a little bit. This is not spam, harassment, or cyberbullying. We're talking about something very serious. So let's just listen to Kalina for a little bit before I set up this next.
Hi guys. If I smile, it's just a coping mechanism. None of this shit is funny to me. I'm very, very, very pissed off right now. Yeah. So I came to Jamaica on January 28th. I arrived here with my two friends, Amanda and Carolina. Um, we were staying, and I'm still staying at Ocean Coast Spring Resort in Trelawney, Jamaica, West Indies. My mother is here with me. They are not allowing my mother to see me. Okay. So basically, we got to the resort on the 28th, and we were going to leave Monday, February 1st. So in order to come back into the United States, you need a COVID test to return to the States. No matter if you're a citizen, no matter what, like you need a test to come back, right? So fine. We just tested negative to come to Jamaica because you need a COVID test to come into the island. So we all tested negative, no problem. Nobody has any symptoms. Nobody has anything. Everybody's healthy. Everybody's ready to get drunk and have a good time, right? So we do the COVID test on Saturday because you need it 3 days before your departure. No more than 3 days. And Amanda's on the live, and she will tell her story as well. But anyway, so we ordered our COVID test. The COVID test that they gave us was super janky, and they even said that they don't always come out with the right results or whatever. So we take a COVID test. Saturday. Amanda and Carolina's test comes back negative. Mine comes back positive, right? So immediately I'm like, that makes no sense. Like me and Carolina were sharing the bed. We had a room with two beds. Amanda was in her own bed. Carolina was in mine. I just want to say a huge thank you. And I'm about to share some information with you so you guys know that I'm not crazy and I'm not making this stuff up. So because my mother is here, she finally was able to get through to somebody and made a scene. And now look what they have all of a sudden from earlier in the week. Let me show you guys something. That's me. I'm shaking. That's how pissed off I am. Do you guys see this?
All right, now this is Kalina Collier, where she's talking about she's showing her test results and where she received the negative. All right. Now I'm about to go to and play something for you guys that American tourists sexually assaulted at popular vacation resorts. embassy in Jamaica has recorded 78 rapes and sexual assault of American tourists since 2011.
Welcome back, everyone. In a matter of weeks, we're going to be heading into a very busy vacation season, but a dire warning from the U.S. State Department might have you thinking twice about some of the most popular vacation spots. The federal government says dozens of American tourists have been sexually assaulted at some of these vacation resorts.
This story is so alarming and frightening. 11 Alive investigator Faith Abube has a story of two women, including one from Metro Atlanta, who wish they knew about the warnings before they book their vacations. These are the pictures of paradise vacation resorts want you to see. The warm Caribbean sun reflecting off white sandy beaches and beautiful tropical drinks by a pristine pool.
We're in the Bahamas. It's truly paradise.
It was that promise of paradise that made Ashley and Jeffrey Pascarella decide to bring their wedding to the Sandals Resort in the Bahamas.
It's really just one of the most memorable trips of our lives up until the night of our welcome party.
After their welcome party, the couple says Jeffrey was in the bathroom and Ashley was sleeping when the butler assigned to help them snuck back into their room.
He was next to the bed, standing over me. His hands are in my pants.
Gotta have my whole vacation now. I just got there.
Further south, at another resort, Metro Atlanta woman Ivy Lee says she was also sexually assaulted. A vendor on the beach at the Sunscape Resort in Montego Bay, Jamaica, had offered to teach her to swim.
He said, relax, relax. And he starts, touching me again. And I'm like, no. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. He's still touching me. And then I realize that, I'm in trouble.
Since 2011, 78 American tourists have told the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica they were raped or sexually assaulted while on vacation. And for years now, the State Department has warned Americans about sexual assaults perpetrated by hotel employees at resort hotels. Jamaica and the Bahamas, where Ashley and Ivy were both assaulted, are both flagged as critical threat locations.
Had I been armed with the information then, the outcome would have been different. But I didn't know that then.
Fighting for justice in a foreign country can be daunting, but the Pascarellas were persistent. Their butler was eventually arrested. He pleaded guilty to indecent assault. But Ivy, on the other hand, decided it was best to drop her case.
I knew I was never coming back.
Can be daunting, but the Pascarellas were persistent. Their fighting for justice in a foreign country can be daunting, but the Pascarellas were persistent. Their butler was eventually justice in a foreign country can be daunting, but the Pascarellas were persistent. Their butler was eventually arrested. He pleaded guilty to indecent assault. But Ivy, on the other hand, decided it was best to drop her case.
I knew I was never coming back. Ever.
Do you ever fear that he would continue doing it again?
I do. I do.
The Sandals Resort where the Pascarellas stayed released a statement saying, in part, "We take criminal allegations of violence seriously, report such allegations to law enforcement, and fully cooperate with law enforcement's investigation." And in Ivy's case, Sunscapes Resort says, "This is an unfortunate incident and not reflective of the experiences of most visitors to Jamaica."
And just one more note here, if you happen to be a crime victim while you're on vacation, U.S. authorities encourage you to report it despite any obstacles you might face. And also make sure you contact the U.S. Embassy so they can help you navigate the judicial system there.
Very good information there. We do have more of those online resources for anyone planning to take a trip to this area.
That's right. Yeah, we have all the links and advisories from the U.S. government on our website at 11alive.com.
All right, this is your girl, Nicole Reloaded. And like I said, I just wanted to bring that to you guys. I wanted you guys to understand for all the vloggers. Hold on.
Might not remember the Reverend Jim Jones.
For all the vloggers and bloggers that did, that were concerned, about Kalina Collier. I don't think that they deserve the verbal attacks that are coming upon them. Their channels, their reputations out of straight concern. Kalina Collier is dealing with her actions, but I think that she had genuine fear. Can fear be judged? Can fear be judged? These stories sound very similar. These are older stories vetted by CBS News. So it makes me wonder who really wants clout, who really wants attention. I mean, damn. Do you need numbers this bad? Do you need your number one spot this fucking bad that you have to destroy your sister? The Bible says that we are all brothers and sisters of God. I hope to God that it ain't you that has to be judged or in a situation where you make a mistake because that's what, well, I mean, can you say it's a mistake because you know that this was already freaking planned? You just want to rip somebody apart, but have a nerve to say that this or these individuals are looking for clout and they're looking for numbers. But what you do is make video after video after video after video after video after video. Shame, shame, shame on you. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. And may God have mercy on your soul, especially where you come from.
A new investigation shows a number of popular Jamaican beach resorts covered up sexual assaults, then paid victims to keep silent. According to the Detroit Free Press, sexual assaults of tourists are a long-standing and unchecked problem in Jamaica, where an estimated 1 American is raped a month, according to State Department statistics. The paper also says victims agreed to payoffs by resorts to protect the resort's reputations and revenue. Teresa Baldes is the federal courts reporter with the Detroit Free Press. She worked on this investigation and joins us now. Teresa, thanks for being with us. Help us understand how widespread this issue is. Is it a few resort chains refusing to report the assaults, or is the problem more widespread?
That's a question I can't answer 100%, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims telling me that the resorts just ignored me and said, try and forget about it. The guests signed non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. What I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims tell it happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements.
Non-disclosure agreements. Doesn't that sound familiar to you?
Do you guys see this? Please comment if you see this. Hashtag, where is Kalina? Ocean Coral Spring Hotel. Oh, they got the comments turned off.
Now, this was me doing a video of her,
This is the hotel.
of Kalina Collier, right? Let me find where she speaks for herself. Let me see. Hold on.
Somehow it came to you. I'm not sure why.
Okay, that's a phone call. Hold on, let me find. Okay, hold on.
You see me, okay? So basically, we got to the thing, no matter what, like, you need a test to come back, right? So fine. We just tested negative to come to Jamaica because you need a COVID test to come into the island. So we. Keep it moving. Record anything you want to record. Feel free.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
So I'm going to, in the next, I'm going to post the embassy, you know.
Hey, Tonda. Hi, sis. How you doing, baby?
We were waiting for our driver. We're sitting in the lobby. They come over to me and they're like, "Are you Kalina?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm Kalina." So they're like, "Come with me." This tall Jamaican man named Earl, okay? I'm giving out all the details. God forbid that I'm unable to speak anymore. You guys have this live and you guys can speak for me because I don't know what the fuck is going on in here. Items may be placed in the overhead bin if we'll hold the cleaner. And it says COVID-19 positive airline stewardess fakes abduction to get out of quarantine. This was published today. It says, oh gosh, this is a lot to read. The JetBlue airline stewardess who reported that she was being held hostage in Jamaica is expected to depart the island later today. After being quarantined for 14 days, owing to a positive COVID-19 test result, Kalina Collier, who convinced social media influencers, including Amanda Seals, an activist in the United States, that she was being held against her will in Jamaica, tested positive twice when she was expected to depart the islands. Collier arrived in the country on January 28th, and she was shuttled to depart February 1st. On Saturday, January 30th, Collier did an antigen test that returned a positive result. Another test an hour later was negative. Owing to the uncertainty surrounding the two tests, the Minister of Health and Wellness recommended a PCR test on February the 2nd, which came back positive. She was given a 14-day quarantine order by the Health Ministry. Moreover, U.S. COVID-19 protocols would not allow her entry into the country with a positive result. The Ocean Coral Spring Hotel offered to have her stay the period at no extra cost instead of transferring to a government facility. Our policy at Ocean Coral Spring is to facilitate COVID-19 tests in resorts by approved medical providers. And if one of our guests tests positive, we extend a 14-day complimentary accommodation for quarantine and reduce the rate for any companion who decides to stay with the affected guest. Tanisha Clark, Director of Sales, confirmed to the Gleaner, the airline stewardess who was seen relaying her dissatisfaction about being held hostage on Instagram has rocked the island's tourism sector and is threatening to destroy the resort's reputation. She convinced over 100,000 viewers that she was being held hostage, kidnapped, and trafficked in Jamaica. For one, she is not missing, she is safe, and is being extended all the courtesies of the hotel team. She receives room service daily for all meals and has directed contact with the medical provider in the resort. The husband and she has contact with the local public health representative for Trelawney Clark stated. Although the regional director of the Jamaican Tourist Board, Adi Daya, reached out to her and assisted with securing proof of the COVID-19 status of Collier, she reportedly did not take down the video until her employers intervened. Efforts to get her to retract.
Hold on, you guys. I pressed the wrong button. I turned the sound down. Hold on.
Be solved if director of the Jamaican Tourist Board, Adi Daya, reached out to her and assisted with securing proof of the COVID-19 status of Collier. She reportedly did not take down the video until her employers intervened. Efforts to get her to retract the story proved futile because she also has removed her Instagram profile. Yesterday, Deputy of Police Corda Ashley and team from the Falmouth Police Division visited the resort to verify Collier was not being held under duress. Her quarantine ends today. Now, what do you guys think about this? Can all of this just be solved if Kalina just comes out and just says, look, okay? I mean, to me, this is very, very strange. If I came on, okay, and I'm in a different country, I'm tested positive for COVID-19, one is negative, one is positive, with everything that's going on in the world in a different complete country, put in a room that is unclean, dirty, hair all over the sink. I'm unable to use the bathroom. They separate me from my people, which I can understand because you have to go into quarantine. But and they need to sign, and my friends need to sign NDAs.
Uh-oh, does that sound familiar? What I just played from CBS? Because they were talking about a lot of fake news. A lot of fake news. Now, what I was playing from the popular resorts in Jamaica cover up sexual assault reports. Share this out. Let's get into some things. But this is my thing. What point is making video after your fellow vlogger attacking and harassing, trying to hurt someone, saying that it's fake news and that that Kalina Collier is clout chasing? In my opinion, then what are you doing? To me, it seems like you're doing it for clout too. Are you making change? What change are you making? All you're doing is breeding new content creators that say, oh, this is how I can grow. I can grow if I attach myself to someone that I disagree with, and I just keep making videos. And especially if I'm a pretty woman or a decent looking man or a handsome man, and I speak with a very good voice and have a decent background, I can just keep attacking someone, right? And I can say it's fake news instead of forgetting that it's our opinion based on our life experiences and what we view by what the viewer said. But the proof is in the pudding. Now, if I'm wrong and I'm full of shit, then I say, challenge me, right? Because this was made in 2018. Let's get into it.
A new investigation shows a number of popular Jamaican beach resorts covered up sexual assaults, then paid victims to keep silent. According to the Detroit Free Press, sexual assaults of tourists are a long-standing and unchecked problem in Jamaica, where an estimated 1 American is raped a month, according to State Department statistics. The paper also says victims agreed to payoffs by resorts to protect the resort's reputations and revenue. Teresa Valdez is the federal courts reporter with the Detroit Free Press. She worked on this investigation and joins us now. Teresa, thanks for being with us. Help us understand how widespread this issue is. Is it a few resort chains refusing to report the assaults, or is the problem more widespread?
That's a question I can't answer 100%, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims tell me that the resorts just ignored me and said, try and forget about it, just deal with it. And you had others that said they talked me out of going to the police, and they can, just go home and forget about it. So how widespread it is, I'm not sure, but State Department statistics going back 7 years shows us that an estimated 1 American a month is reports being raped in Jamaica at the resorts. And there have been year after year warnings from the State Department alerting tourists about this. And I think that's the tricky part. A lot of people I spoke to said I had no idea about these travel alerts.
Well, what happens to the alleged attackers when assaults are reported to the resorts?
It varies person by person. I've had some that, when they reported it, initially there's sort of, and it's not fair, every situation is different, but overall, the victims are told, calm down, we'll talk about this, we'll deal with this. Some have called the police, but there's a resistance to do that. The resorts sort of want to handle this on their own. And, sometimes they're not believed, or sometimes they tell them, well, we've never heard of this happening before. That's what triggered this entire investigation. Handle this on their own. And, sometimes they're not believed, or sometimes they tell them, well, we've never heard of this happening before. That's what triggered this entire investigation. Oh, we'll talk about this, we'll deal with this. Some have called the police, but there's a resistance to do that. The resorts sort of want to handle this on their own. And, sometimes they're not believed, or sometimes they tell them, well, we've never heard of this happening before. That's what triggered this entire investigation. We had 2 women from Detroit who were in Jamaica in October, and they were raped at gunpoint inside the resort, an all-inclusive resort. And when they went to the front desk, they were told, we've never heard of this. When they went to the police said, we've never heard of this. I interviewed tourism officials, oh, this never happens here. And that's sort of what triggered the whole investigation.
Thank you, Zara. I understand that you're saying that Kalina is not a victim, but if you were here at the beginning of the video, and of my commentary, you will realize that this video is for the vloggers and bloggers that are being attacked for supporting Kalina and having the concern that they have, and stating that this whole story was fake news to obtain revenue. Okay, so I'm here to say that as a mother, okay, during a pandemic, having 4 daughters myself, with true real concern, not trying to get clout and not making multiple different videos to debunk other bloggers or vloggers, just doing my best to update in regards to the story. Okay, now, Kalina was terminated from JetBlue. Yes, she was. But we cannot deny this CBS News back in 2018 that her story sounds very, very similar. So thank you, Zara. And if you would like to come on and click the link, or if you would like to call in, you're more than welcome to, my dear, and we can have a conversation. Okay? I don't say blame the bloggers or the vloggers. that were concerned, because there are women and men that have been down to Jamaica in the beautiful resorts that have the same story. So all I say is, anybody with a heart and a spirit and a soul, let's unify instead of ripping each other apart and trying to destroy each other by making video after video, evil comments. Let's communicate about this. Let's have a conversation. Kalina's story doesn't sound unrealistic, and we cannot deny that it has not happened unless she found this story and she repeated it. But regardless if she did or not, God is dealing with Kalina in regards to the decisions that she made. But these ladies here, their families had to sign NDAs. And this was in 2018. And what I'm fucking reading here, it states, all right, is telling the United States of America, and it's warning Americans to not fucking travel to Jamaica right now. But all I can see is unnasty and controversy and bullshit where vloggers and bloggers are being attacked. People are talking about doing very bad things to me just because I posted Kalina's videos. I edit them, I transform them, and I'm being threatened. So I'm just coming on saying, wow, look, I found this. Let's have a discussion as adults. Okay? And it says, reconsider traveling to Jamaica due to the health and safety measures and COVID-related conditions. Exercise increased caution in Jamaica due to crime. Some areas have increased risk. Read the entire travel advisory. Read the Department of State COVID-19 page before you plan any international travel. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, has issued a level 4 travel health notice for Jamaica due to COVID-19. Jamaica has resumed most transportation options, including airport operations, reopening of borders, and business operations. Other improvement conditions have been reported within Jamaica. Visit the embassy COVID-19 page for more information on COVID-19 in Jamaica. But it also says here, do not travel the below listed areas of Kingston due to crime. The below listed areas of Montego Bay due to crime. Spanish Town due to crime. It says country summary. Violent crimes such as home invasion, armed robberies, sexual assault, and homicides are common. Sexual assaults occur frequently, including all exclusive resorts. Local police lack the resources. They're not saying that the Jamaican police don't care. They just don't have the resources right now to protect the guests that are coming in there. This is from the United States. This was already here before Kalina. This CBS News story proves what I'm saying. This is not my opinion. I'm just reciting what they said, okay? The vloggers and the bloggers or whatever jumped in and believed Kalina so much they wrapped their arms around it. With some say that they were trying to get clout. Kalina's story sounds very freaking similar to this article that was here. Popular resorts in Jamaica cover up sexual assaults. All right? This was in December of 2018. This is not made up. But you're entitled to your opinion, my love. And I don't want to have any argument with you. May God bless you. Call in. You're more than welcome to call in. Let's conversate. Let's talk about it.
That's the tricky part. A lot of people I spoke to said I had no idea.
What happens to the alleged attackers when assaults are reported to the resorts?
It varies person by person. I've had some that, when they reported it, initially they're sort of, and it's not fair. Every situation is different, but overall, the victim.
Now, a lot of people say, yes, the bloggers do have a responsibility, but are you looking at the dates determine on what blogger you ask that you want to dig into? Are you looking at the dates when the video came out? Because a developing story or what they call breaking news means that things will change, that you don't have every single detail in regards to what's going on with that story, that the news is breaking. That means you'll update as things keep coming along. Every time you'll keep, and the story will change as it goes and as it goes. And Kalina Collier is dealing with the repercussions, therefore, of her actions. But she still says that, look, this is what happened to me. All I'm saying is, for me, this is just my opinion. My opinion. This is a story that came out in 2018, and you cannot deny the United States and what the United States says, and this is current. And they also had this warning too back in 2018 before the COVID, regardless of Kalina, that they're saying that Americans and travelers that are need to be careful traveling to Jamaica. All I'm saying is this, let's have a conversation about it. I've never been to Jamaica. I would love to go there. I don't want Jamaica to suffer and really not get the tourism. This is how this country survives. I don't want to bash it. I'm saying, is the United States Embassy lying? Is CBS News lying? Okay, now Kalina, we can put Kalina in the corner right now. She got terminated from JetBlue. But what about these other women? What about this investigator? What about the women from Detroit? This is not something that just was brought up last week. This is something that was discussed, and these stories get suppressed. I don't want Jamaica to suffer based on a bunch of bullshit and alleged vloggers or bloggers that want attention. But what I do see is more vloggers and bloggers that want to create contention and strife and hate. I see more videos about that. Okay? And I've had experience. I've never been to Jamaica, but I've had experience with Jamaica men coming to the United States. And that's my story. And that's my truth. And you can't make me feel bad about that because it's my truth. It's my experience. And as the story, what I did for me as a vlogger, for me, Nicole Reloaded, every time I found out something about Kalina, I just kept updating and kept updating and kept updating. But like I said, we're not going to know the truth. Not right now. Not until she's back to the States. She got terminated from her job. So it's obvious there was some serious conflict and there was some dishonesty that went on regards to that. But how she said the men mistreated her down in Jamaica, I believe that she was mistreated. But being held hostage? No, I don't believe that she was held hostage. I believe that she felt like she was held hostage. I believe in my feelings, but they're feelings. I'm not a journalist. I'm just a mother that talks about stories and share my experience. I want the viewer in the audience to share how they feel. And if there's any journalists out there, nurses, doctors, people that live in Jamaica that are a part of tourism, call in. Let's discuss it. Let's have a conversation. I don't want to argue and fight about it, but you're going to respect me on my channel and not threaten to harm me. It's kind of hard to believe that this girl wasn't being mistreated when she went overboard, especially when she thought that she had a negative result. Or maybe she really truly believed that she had a negative result. Because with the COVID test, you know that you can get false positives. You just don't get false negatives, right?
I've had some that, when they reported it, initially there's sort of, and it's not fair. Every situation is different.
A new investigation shows a number of popular Jamaican beach resorts covered up sexual assaults, then paid victims to keep silent. According to the Detroit Free Press, sexual assaults of tourists are a long-standing and unchecked problem in Jamaica, where an estimated 1 American is raped a month, according to State Department statistics. The paper also says victims agreed to pay off.
Oh, what you say, Tales from the Cult spit the facts. Bloggers quick to click for a check without facts. Well, okay, well, do you know how much, when you talk about stories like this, that you don't actually get paid because YouTube has certain words that you can't use and they automatically turn the video, it's not green. So I don't know how many bloggers made money off of these type of videos. Tales from the Cult, hey, she's doing her thing. Take your ass over there and chop it up with sis. God bless her. But I mean, I really don't know, what to say about sis, except for that she going in, like for real. And to me, in my opinion, I get it. All right. She made her opinion, but she keep making video after video after video after video after video after her point, and she can. She has a right to make video after video. God bless her. She has a right. She can make as many videos as she wants to. She can do whatever she wants. Nobody can tell her what to do. She can do what she wants. That doesn't mean it's for the biggest cause. The only one that I see that's benefiting right now in regards to that, is her. Look, all I'm saying is I haven't watched every single video that people have made, every single one, and listened to it from the beginning. All right, Tales from the Cult. She broke the story. She broke it. She found out that the girl was lying. Okay. Kalina was lying. Kalina got fired. Okay. But Tales from the Cult cannot deny that the popular resorts in Jamaica cover up sexual assaults. She can't deny the CBS investigations. So for other vloggers and bloggers out there that are concerned, or the women that are mothers, or even males that were genuinely concerned. You don't make money off of these. You don't make money off of George Floyd's, Breonna Taylor's, Kawan Bobby Charles. You don't make money off those videos. YouTube doesn't pay you for black pain. The fuck?
A new investigation shows a number of popular Jamaican beach resorts covered up sexual assaults, then paid victims to keep silent. According to the Detroit Free Press, sexual assaults of tourists are a long-standing and unchecked problem in Jamaica, where an estimated 1 American is raped a month, according to State Department statistics. The paper also says victims agreed to payoffs by resorts to protect the resort's reputations and revenue. Teresa Valdez is the federal courts reporter with the Detroit Free Press. She worked on this investigation and joins us now. Teresa, thanks for being with us. Help us understand how widespread this issue is. Is it a few resort chains refusing to report the assaults, or is the problem more widespread?
That's a question I can't answer 100%, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims tell me that the resorts just ignored me and said, try and forget about it, just deal with it. And you had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims tell me that the resorts, several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims tell me that the resorts just ignored me and said,
report the assaults, or is the problem more widespread?
That's a question I can't answer 100%, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements.
To report the assaults, or is the problem more widespread?
That's a question I can't answer 100%, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims tell me that the resorts just ignored me and said, try and forget about it, just deal with it. And you had others that said they talked me out of going to the police, and they came, just go home and forget about it. So how widespread it is, I'm not sure, but State Department statistics going back 7 years shows us that an estimated 1 American a month is reports being raped in Jamaica at the resorts. And there have been year after year warnings from the State Department alerting tourists about this. And I think that's the tricky part. A lot of people I spoke to said, I had no idea about these travel alerts.
Well, what happens to the alleged attackers when assaults are reported to the resorts?
Again, it varies person by person. I've had some that, when they reported it, initially there's sort of, and it's not fair, every situation is different, but overall, the victims are told, calm down, we'll talk about this, we'll deal with this. Some have called the police, but there's a resistance to do that. The resorts sort of want to handle this on their own. And, sometimes they're not believed, or sometimes they tell them, well, we've never heard of this happening before. That's what triggered this entire investigation. We had 2 women from Detroit who were in Jamaica in October, and they were raped at gunpoint inside the resort, an all-inclusive resort. And when they went to the front desk, they were told, we've never heard of this. When they went to the police said, we've never heard of this. When I interviewed tourism officials, oh, this never happens here. And that's sort of what triggered the whole investigation was, does it happen here more than they're saying? And it looks like it does.
Well, the stories victims told you as part of this investigation were often violent and graphic. What kinds of issues are these victims still dealing with years later?
It's again, it varies victim by victim, but there was one girl, she was 17 years old. She lost her virginity to a man, she says, raped her in a locked laundry room. And her friend who was with her was 21 years old. She said she was gang raped by 3 resort lifeguards. These young women still struggle with it. Their mothers were with them. They blame themselves. There's still a lot of, crying over it. And, are we at fault here? Victim blaming, victim shaming. Another woman I interviewed, she had been molested as a child. So when this happened to her on vacation, it sort of brought it all back for her. The severity is different victim by victim, but it's hard to deal with.
Hard to deal with. It's so important. Thank you so much, Teresa Baldus, for sharing your reporting and insight with us.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. President, senators, almost all of us were here on January 6th, and we all have our individual experiences, what we felt, what we saw, what we heard. We've seen clips and reports in the media, but I have to tell you, it was not until preparing for this trial that I understood the full scope and learned the information that you're going to see, that I understood the effort.
My belief is that it was just a cold, calculated, planned out murder. It wasn't a random act of violence. It is somebody she knew. It is somebody she trusted.
Andrea Gibbon believes her daughter, 26-year-old Desiree, was betrayed by someone she considered her friend. She was staying at a resort owned by her family in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and was last seen on Thanksgiving. The aspiring model and filmmaker was discovered Saturday, 4 miles away by police. Her throat slashed.
In a bush, in the country, where she would never have traveled, not ever. It was an isolated, desolate area. Nothing there.
Gibbon's stay was supposed to be for 1 month, a chance to travel, visit family, and get a job that would help pay for film school. The next step in fulfilling her dream of becoming a documentarian.
She wanted to know the culture. And she always said she wanted to be like Anthony Bourdain.
As her murder investigation is underway, her family in Queens is planning to bring her back to New York.
I need her home. I need to lay her to rest. We need to mourn her here.
The family now working to expedite the process to get a death certificate and bring Gibbon back home, creating a GoFundMe site to help pay for funeral costs, which reached its $20,000 goal in just 2 days.
Says dozens of American tourists have been sexually assaulted at some of these vacation resorts.
This story is so alarming and frightening. 11 Alive investigator Faith Abube has the story of 2 women, including one from Metro Atlanta, who wish they knew about the warnings before they booked their vacations.
These are the pictures of paradise vacation resorts want you to see. The warm Caribbean sun reflecting off white sandy beaches and beautiful tropical drinks by a pristine pool.
We're in the Bahamas. It's truly paradise.
It was that promise of paradise that made Ashley and Jeffrey Pascarella decide to bring their wedding to the Sandals Resort in the Bahamas.
It's really just one of the most memorable trips of our lives up until the night of our welcome party.
After their welcome party, the couple says Jeffrey was in the bathroom and Ashley was sleeping when the butler assigned to help them snuck back into their room.
He was next to the bed, standing over me. His hands are in my pants.
God, I had my whole vacation now. I just got it.
It's really just one of the most memorable trips of our lives up until the night of our welcome party.
After their welcome party, the couple says Jeffrey was in the bathroom and Ashley was sleeping when the butler assigned to help them snuck back into their room.
He was next to the bed, standing over me. His hands are in my pants.
God, I had my whole vacation now. I just got there.
Further south at another resort, Metro Atlanta woman Ivy Lee says she was also sexually assaulted. A vendor on the beach at the Sunscape Resort in Montego Bay, Jamaica, had offered to teach her to swim.
He said, relax, relax. And he starts, touching me again. And I'm like, no. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. He's still touching me. And then, touching me again. And I'm like,
Montego Bay, Jamaica, had offered to teach her to swim.
He said, relax, relax. And he starts, touching me again. And I'm like, no, no, no. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. He's still touching me. And then I realize that, I'm in trouble.
Since 2011, 78 American tourists have told the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica they were raped or sexually assaulted while on vacation. And for years now, the State Department has warned Americans about sexual assaults perpetrated by hotel employees at resort hotels. Jamaica. And for years now, the State Department has warned Americans about sexual assaults perpetrated by hotel employees at resort hotels.
Trouble.
Since 2011, 78 American tourists have told the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica they were raped or sexually assaulted while on vacation. And for years now, the State Department has warned Americans about embassy in Jamaica they were raped or sexually.
I realize that, I'm in trouble.
Since 2011, 78 American tourists have told the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica they were raped or sexually assaulted while on vacation. And for years now, the State Department has warned Americans about sexual assaults perpetrated by hotel employees at resort hotels. Jamaica and the Bahamas, where Ashley and Ivy were both assaulted, are both flagged as critical threat locations.
Had I been armed with the information then, the outcome would have been different. But I didn't know that then.
Fighting for justice in a foreign country can be daunting, but the Pascarellas were persistent. Their butler was eventually arrested. He pleaded guilty to indecent assault. But Ivy, on the other hand, decided it was best to drop her case.
I knew I was never coming back. Ever.
Do you ever fear that he would continue doing it again?
I do. I do.
The Sandals Resort where the Pascarellas stayed released a statement saying in part, "We take criminal allegations of violence seriously, report such allegations to law enforcement, and fully cooperate with law enforcement's investigation." And in Ivy's case, Sunscapes Resort says, "This is an unfortunate incident and not reflective of the experiences of most visitors to Jamaica."
And just one more note here. If you happen to be a crime victim while you're on vacation, U.S. authorities encourage you to report it despite any obstacles you might face. And also make sure you contact the U.S. Embassy so they can help you navigate the judicial system there.
Very good information there. We do have more of those online resources for anyone planning to take a trip to this area in question.
Yeah, we have all the links and advisories from the U.S. government on our website at 11alive.com.
Nobody knows. We were waiting for our driver. We're sitting in the lobby. They come over to me and they're like, "Are you Kalina?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm Kalina." So they're like, "Come with me." This tall Jamaican man named Earl, okay? I'm giving out all the details. God forbid that I'm unable to speak anymore. You guys have this live and you guys can speak for me because I don't know what the fuck is going on in here. So anyway. Story straight, you need to call Earl because he said that we... No, I'm done. And then he's like, "No, you signed the paper. You're supposed to be quarantined." I said, "No, I'm negative. Get your story straight and call me." He's like, and then he rides up to us and he's like, "Shh," because there was people passing by. I was like, "I don't give a fuck." Yeah, they're trying to keep it real hush. They don't want to know. They don't want people to know what's going on. But it's super scary because nobody knows that I'm in this room right now except for the security guard. Nobody knows that I'm here except for my mother. So God forbid my mother was not here. Who knows what would be happening to me? These people they didn't let me have a room key. I'm in this room. They open this door whenever they feel like it. I've been taking a shower and they open the door because I don't answer the phone when they call. Like, it's insane. It's insane. And now someone's knocking the door. And I'm on live. Somebody please screen record this. Yeah, screen record. Let's see what they say. Let me call my mother because, Mom, if you're watching, the man is at my door. And I'm not talking to him. So anyway, come downstairs because the man is at my door. I don't even know how to call her without ending this live. So this random man is at my door claiming to be the head of health for the
I just found 3 cameras in my room. 3. And I'm going to show them to you guys because I don't want you guys to think that I'm bugging. And of course, I recorded this and everyone's going to know about this. So here's one. I covered it up, obviously. Here's the other one. And this one up here. So I just found out that I was being recorded the entire time I've been in this room. There are cameras in my mom's room. There are cameras in the room that my friends were quarantined in. There were cameras in the room that we paid for. So I'm finished. So I've had enough. You guys have me sitting here quarantining. You're not letting me know what's going on. I do not even have fucking COVID. You guys are getting money from the government, whatever it is, to say that you handle COVID correctly. I'm over it. Listen, when I'm telling y'all right now, when I am done with this hotel, this whole shit will be Kalina Ocean Coral. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm suing the pants off of this place. And you know what? No, you're good. I've been in here crying. I've been in here praying. I've been in here losing my fucking mind. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't deserve this. I travel all the time. What are they recording for? Why are you recording people sleeping? I'm in here. If I was in here having sex or something, why are you recording that? That's weird. You're not supposed to have cameras in hotels. That makes no sense. And furthermore, I could understand if it's in the bedroom. I really can't even understand that. But you're going to have cameras in the bathroom? That is disgusting. I'm going to see what this man is saying to my mother outside. Because I don't trust these people. No, the man is not there. I don't even know where they went. Of course I'm suing. Guys, I've been in here in my room, indecent,
Hey,
most
Queen.
of the time.
Girl, you have done it again. Constantly raising the bar for us all and doing it flawlessly. I'd say I'm surprised, but I know who you are. I've seen it up close and personal. Girl, you make me so proud, and I love you.
The man is not there. I don't even know where they
Bitch,
went.
that's B-A-T, bitch, bye. You know, it's always a bum in my comments asking me some stupid shit. You know, I always just ask some dumbass shit. You know, I just be minding my business. But today, I got a question. And this question goes out specifically to the bums. You know, the people that ain't got no job, no car, no place to stay. They just carry their little air mattress around with them to everybody's house. You know, and y'all sleep. Y'all sleep so much. You know, what do y'all be... That's 2 questions. What do y'all be so tired from? And what do y'all be dreaming about? Or do you even dream? Like, or you just go to the sunken place? Somebody help me understand. Like, what do you see yourself 5 years in those dreams? You know what?
Of course I'm suing. Guys, I've been in here in my room, indecent, most of the time because I don't have enough clothes. Like, most of the clothes I brought was bathing suits because they haven't gave me anything, my tie. They haven't given me anything. And my mom is asking, and they're like, no, there's nothing. They're like, we're waiting for results. We just asked, again, because we're like, it's more than 72 hours. I'm not on duty. I just had to call JetBlue and tell them what's going on. They just took me off. I was supposed to be back today for reserve. I've been here since last Thursday. I've been in this room since Saturday. This man, my mom called this man who just came to my door. She called him from
1 o'clock this afternoon. It is now going on 7 p.m. And I'm sure this man only came to this door because he sees that the cameras are covered up. I had to use fucking hair oil to cover up the cameras because there's nothing. I don't even have tape to tape a fucking towel to the ceiling. I had to use this to cover up the camera. Like, that shit is not a game. Like, they're sitting here. I'm getting bit up by mosquitoes. Like, this shit is ridiculous. My friends left yesterday. I'm here by myself. If my mother was not here, I don't know what the fuck would happen. They gave me, I didn't even finish this part. They gave me a letter on Monday stating that I am on a no-fly list and I am unfit to fly. I'm unhealthy to fly. So me and my mother were going to try and make a run for it. And basically a man came and he was like, yeah, I heard you guys were trying to leave. Just know that if you leave, you know, the authorities are going to be involved and it's going to turn into something else. Trust me, I tried to get the fuck ASAP. So, yeah. So I'm pretty much stuck here. Okay, so you guys see my mom just spoke to the guy named Desmond Kelly, the health manager here. He still doesn't have any results and he has no idea when he will have them. Are you kidding me? This is exactly what I'm talking about. They won't let me leave, but I'm not going to be stupid and try to leave and then they arrest me. You guys know, if you're Jamaican, you know how these people are in Jamaica. I'm not even about to do that. And then my mom gets penned up and then I'm really by myself. I'm not even about to do that. I travel, I'm a flight attendant. I cannot get banned from no country. I'm not even trying to do that. But I'm telling my story so everybody can see this shit. God forbid something happens to me or my mother, you guys see this shit and you know exactly what the fuck I am. And they probably are listening to me. I don't give a fuck. And I want them to know I'm firing every motherfucker in here and this shit will be mine. I'm so upset. Like, I've never cried so much in my life. I travel all the time. I do that for work. Like, I've never felt so low and so inhumane in my life. I've never experienced something like this in my life. I didn't even deserve this. You know what I mean? I've never experienced anything like this in my entire 22 years of life. This is insane. And for me, for it to come from a country where my family is from, I am disgusted. I vouch for Jamaica all the time. All the time.
My belief is that it was just a cold, calculated, planned out murder. It wasn't a random act of violence. It is somebody she knew. It is somebody she trusted.
Andrea Gibbon believes her daughter, 26-year-old Desiree, was betrayed by someone she considered a friend. She was staying at a resort owned by her family in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and was last seen on Thanksgiving. The aspiring model and filmmaker was discovered Saturday, 4 miles away by police. Her throat slashed.
In a bush, in the country, where she would never have traveled. Not ever. It was an isolated, desolate area. Nothing there.
Gibbon's stay was supposed to be for 1 month, a chance to travel, visit family, and get a job that would help pay for film school. The next step in fulfilling her dream of becoming a documentarian.
She wanted to know the culture. And she always said she wanted to be like Anthony Bourdain.
As her murder investigation is underway, her family in Queens is planning to bring her back to New York.
I need her home. I need to lay her to rest. We need to mourn her here.
The family now working to expedite the process to get a death certificate and bring Gibbon back home, creating a GoFundMe site to help pay for funeral costs, which reached its $20,000 goal in just 2 days.
Hey, what's up? This is your girl, Nicole Reloaded. We're locked and loaded with another video. I have the call-in line here for you guys. The reason why I'm repeating, okay, about the American Tourist from 2011 and the CBS 2 articles and the one from Atlanta and the one from Detroit is because when the brain receives information, when it's repeated to you 3 times, first the brain is like, what? Wait a minute, what did you say? Secondly, it's like, oh, okay, brain. And the third time, the brain can receive the information.
Tourists have been sexually assaulted at some of these vacation resorts.
This story is so alarming and frightening. 11 Alive investigator Faith Abube has the story of two women, including one from Metro Atlanta, who wish they knew about the warnings before they book their vacations.
These are the pictures of paradise vacation resorts want you to see. The warm Caribbean sun reflecting off white sandy beaches and beautiful tropical drinks by a pristine pool.
We're in the Bahamas. It's truly paradise.
It was that promise of paradise that made Ashley and Jeffrey Pascarella decide to bring their wedding to the Sandals Resort in the Bahamas.
It's really just one of the most memorable trips of our lives up until the night of our welcome party.
After their welcome party, the couple says Jeffrey was in the bathroom and Ashley was sleeping when the butler assigned to help them snuck back into their room.
He was next to the bed, standing over me. His hands are in my pants.
A mother is saying her last goodbyes to her son. Kenrick Jacks was shot dead on December 26.
Let Kenrick example show to each and every one of the youth them, thus they may learn from this mistake. Put it down.
Kenrick and his 18-year-old friend, Venroy McDermott, died in a hail of bullets, fired by their own country's security forces, the police and the army. As Kenrick's coffin is being loaded for the journey to church, a single gunshot is fired. A farewell salute in defiance of those who killed him. At least every other day in Kingston, police shoot someone dead.
That's how the police operate.
Dr. Carolyn Gomes is the Executive Director of Jamaicans for Justice.
So we have cases in our files. The 14-year-old Lance Zab, who was shot eating a piece of cornbread. At autopsy, he was still clutching the cornbread in his hand. We have Rennie Lyons, 5 years old, shot by a policeman who's running down a man who supposedly has a spliff, a ganja spliff. And he's running after him and firing. Renee's in her yard. He blows her head away.
In Jamaica's capital, Kingston, to be young, male, black and poor is an extremely dangerous combination. On one side are the armed gangs which control the streets. And on the other, the island nation's lethal security forces. Kingston has a long history of violence and crime, but when in the 70s and 80s, rival politicians looking for extra votes supplied arms to the street gangs, the conflict took an ugly turn. In the past decade, more than 14,000 people have been murdered in Jamaica. The vast majority gang-related, pushing this island nation up to number 3 for per capita murders in the world rankings.
There's a recent strategic review that says the police are involved in murder for hire, corruption, selling guns, drug running. You know, it's not to say that that's the entire police force. It never is. But the fact of the matter is that the ones in the police force who are trying to do a good job are allowing this to continue by their silence and by their complicity.
While the violence is worse in poorer communities, it's not confined to them. Across the capital, Kingston, in a more affluent area, the Ray family is also seeking answers.
When I heard the recording and said that Fabian got shot, I never dreamed it was the police. I thought that it may be a crossfire from somebody, and he got hit. When I heard the police, I said, why? How police could have shot Fabian? And when I heard the circumstances, I said, boy, I used to hear and I used to see things happen, and
Hello, hey. How you
How you
doing?
doing?
Welcome to Hey sister, how you doing, mama? Can you hear me?
I am. My whole family is sleeping, so I'm in like the bathroom.
Oh,
We at a
thank you.
resort. We at a resort, but nowhere near Jamaica. Okay,
Are
so
you in Jamaica, mama?
no, no, no. We in Miami. I said, but I wanted to say I've been a registered nurse for 25 years, and I had gotten pulled into child sex trafficking in 2010, and
Okay.
I got pulled into government child sex trafficking, and then it started like many of the okay, so these are children that go into like CPS and foster care, and a lot of my clients that I service, like Kelly Rutherford was one of my clients, the actress. Nicki Minaj's mother, she wanted to help at one point in 2014. So she had joined forces with me for a few months. We was together every day for about 3 months. And then I guess it got overwhelming for her. She wasn't built for this. And so,
Wow.
yeah, Queen's Flip mother, Marie
Wait a
DeLuce.
minute, hold on, girl. You coming on dropping off. Wait wait a minute, sis. I seen you down in my comments, and I wanted to tell you thank you for being open and speaking with me having such a small channel. I knew about with you this wasn't about numbers or clout or anything like that. And I just appreciate you like taking the time because you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful lady is sharing her story and her experience. Please respect her. When I asked her to come on, you see how you went talking. That's how you know we were chatting in the comments. So you take it away, sis. Go ahead.
Right. So I get my last name Holland from my grandfather, who was a Taino Jamaican. So it's not an American versus Jamaica thing at all. Kalina could have been anywhere in the world, but the spiritual council that sent for her, yeah, she got angels that you could see and that you can't see, because it was like 25 of us working behind the scenes for the first, from February 5th to the 12th. The Jamaican government, just like the news article said, 25 of us, they told, and we was on Zoom at the same time. I have the screenshot. We was multiple people in the room, in one room, so it was more than 25 people working on Kalina's case. Um, it was people that just came together, heard the story, and we was like, hit like how you sent the link out. People was just jumping on a link, jumping on a link, jumping on a link. Okay, so the hotel and initially was telling us she not there. She went back home. They was telling JetBlue was saying she was home. Now you have to think, um, when all of these international sex trafficking and organ harvesting is going on
Are you there, Mama? Okay, I think we're having a slight technical difficulties. Go in and come back. Go out, Mama, and come back in, because I think you're frozen. Hold on. Now, this was unexpected, everybody. Okay, yeah. If you guys can hear me that are down in the comments, please press 1. Tonda, is the sound okay? on. Okay, the sound is okay. And if you need to call in, Mama, you can call in to the call-in number too. Hold on. Share this live out, you guys. Okay, wait a minute. Let me add. Okay, wait a minute. Are you back on, babe? You there, sis?
Yes,
Miss Holland?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
here.
I'm gonna put myself on mute to let you speak. All right.
Okay. So, so like I was saying, I've been dealing with government sex trafficking. It's a book. The head of the anti-sex trafficking unit to intimidate her. Her name is Dr. Lori Handrahan. She wrote the book America's Trade in Child Rape. She's one of my friends and colleagues in this anti-sex trafficking, which the FBI has been complicit in. To now, you have to think internationally when they're trafficking these children, because Jamaica is the #1 port that they bring people from DR, Haiti, Barbados, all of the islands, Virgin Islands, so forth and so on. All of the little West Indian countries, they bring them through Jamaica. It's a system that's been in place for decades, over 20 years. And so when we notice working with trafficking and organ harvesting, so what it is usually like, they usually want the they doing like organ rituals. It's not like even Jeffrey Epstein and them with that spirit cooking and stuff like that. They're doing like organ rituals. A lot of people think they just want the organs because for to put in other people's body. But Satanism and what do they call in Jamaica science, occult science, Satanism is big down there. It's real big down there, and it's been covered up for a long time. And the Kanika, from my understanding, because I am a nurse, they wanted to do the forced vaccines. So just think about it. She tested she tested positive. The test that they use when is like them dollar pregnancy tests. And the
Right.
one
That's what I was gonna ask, Miss Holland. I was gonna ask you. You can get false a false positive, but you don't get a false negative with the COVID vaccine, correct? Okay, okay, and I have videos on here, and me and Miss Holland, we do not know each other. I just seen Miss Holland in comments or whatever. I'm kind of blown back that you're over here, like, but I just want you to speak because I'm like the way that some of these bloggers, especially and vloggers, are being attacked. I don't think that it's right. Even I'm not saying that. I
But
don't know.
we're not dealing with ethical people. We dealing with people that make money off of YouTube, off of sensationalism, off of clickbait, and some of these people is not mentally wrapped tight. Especially like they a lot. I was watching some blogger from the cult. First she was on her side, then she wasn't. But a lot of these cult type people, they have like the brain like the people in the sunken place from the movie Get Out. And it is a programming. Yeah, it is that MK Ultra
Wait,
program.
hold on, girl. Let me read my disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed on Nicole Reloaded are those of the author, the vloggers and content creators, do not necessarily reflect the official position of YouTube or Nicole Reloaded channel or YouTube. Go ahead, Mama.
Yeah, a lot of these, even Charlemagne the God, if you research, we're going to call him See the Devil. See the
Oh,
Devil.
Lord, girl, she came.
Even See the Devil that was drugging and raping kids.
Oh, Lord, be careful using the R word, though. But go ahead, babe.
I don't know which words you could use, you can't use. Yeah,
girl, no, I know they constantly changing the rules, but the ones that are about like just anything you think is a cuss word, You know what I mean.
don't plan on cussing right now. Peter Devil from the Breakfast Club. He's known for violating children in a horrendous way. He's a convicted criminal. And
Allegedly.
no, he took charges. There's court documents on him. Um, it's all in his court paperwork. What he took the lesser charges for, his trial was for some heinous sexual assault crimes like they do in Jamaica, like the news lady was reporting.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's not alleged. It's in the like people got to learn how to report documents and things of that sort. Okay, so when I wanted to just say, when it comes to government, like how they protected Jeffrey Epstein for 30 something years, when it comes to government involvement, you got to think of how all of these people get trafficked internationally. Oh, by airplanes, by airlines, right? How do people get trafficked internationally? And you can't have like a I was saying that this test out because we doing something for like a documentary for Kalina in support of Kalina. When you're dealing with government sex trafficking, the airline will fire you to save face. Um, from when she wasn't arrested in Jamaica for creating a frenzy, this girl telling the truth. And then we saw the video. She has a right to feel in danger. She has a
Right.
right.
That's what I was saying. She's expressing her experience.
Right.
What she felt. What she felt.
Right. She just came from Queens, where white nurses was coming out saying, "Yo, we just killing people because of COVID." Y'all seen? We just killing people. She came from Queens, where they have COVID concentration camps. They have COVID jail, and people going into the hospital without COVID is being infected with COVID because of the scams that's going on in these hospitals. Remember them two white nurses that did hours and hours of documentaries talking about we just killing people because in the name of COVID, and she feels like this is Nazi Germany?
No, I didn't know. Wait a minute. She does. Wait a minute.
Yes.
No, since I didn't know, I didn't. Wait, really? What was this? I can't keep up with. Girl, I try to keep up with so much.
That's from. So it's
I
like
can't
this.
keep up with everything.
And they are doing big time. I'm telling you, as a nurse behind the scenes, that been a ER nurse for 20 something years. They are doing. People are going into the hospital. Black and brown people are going into the hospital with colds. They being told they have COVID, and they're ending up in the morgue with no organs.
Yeah, I heard about that also. You know what, girl? I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to. We're gonna
So
have to do it. We're gonna have to do us a Zoom because I have a video that I wanted to share, but it's not gonna let me play it here. And I got a couple of calls from friends of mine that are nurses, and they're like, look, at least go in there and play that. The videos, a lot of the videos about the ex trafficking that's going on, allegedly down in Jamaica, because I have to say allegedly due to the rules and regulations on here, they'll take you down if you get what I'm
right.
saying. So
Allegedly.
yeah.
Okay.
So a lot of the videos I didn't get it wouldn't let me download them. It wouldn't let me upload them. It kept like freezing and faulting. And I said, you know what? If this girl was being dishonest, why would it be like way before anybody even knew if she was telling the truth or if she was lying before she was fired? If I was trying to come up on Kalina's story, why was I adding JetBlue saying, is this true? Is this true? Just come out and say something. Make a statement. Is the lady mama? Is her mama Jamila Davis? Who is Jamila Davis? Well, I probably shouldn't be. If you answer that in the private chat, don't, because I'm like, there was some names and stuff that were coming up. I know Tales from the Cult wants to share how she feels she has a right, but gosh, it's like, damn, everybody, make mistakes, and she feel like any of the vloggers or bloggers make mistakes. Why does she like isn't the bigger issue about the ex trafficking,
Right.
even, and I said, I know darn well that the United States Embassy did not just put out a report of saying that flying to Jamaica is a stage 4 just based on Kalina's situation. And
Mhm.
if they did, it was still a level 3. Now,
Right.
JetBlue, from what I heard uh, from a higher up, said that they had to let her go because she didn't handle the situation properly, and they didn't want the smoke. Now, do you know, Miss Holland, is that true?
From my experience with government S trafficking and OH, they cover each other. They cover each other. Like I said, it's a book called America's Trade in Child R, and they cover each other. Um, like they cover each other. So they, with all of the commotion and stuff like that, to save face, like Kalina probably somewhere getting a check for 10, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 a month to just stay quiet because
And look what this lady said. This was a white, and this is what I'm trying to say. The videos that I found, these were white women that were talking. Okay, the videos that I had downloaded. I'm gonna play this real quick again. This is only 1 minute. Listen to what this lady said. She's a white lady.
That it was just a cold, calculated, planned out murder. It wasn't a random act of violence. It is somebody she knew. It is somebody she trusted.
Andrea Gibbon believes her daughter, 26-year-old Desiree, was betrayed by someone she considered her friend. She was staying at a resort owned by her family in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and was.
All right, I'll just play that. But go ahead, girl.
yeah. Um, okay, Jamaica have a lot of things going on. Like I have family in Jamaica, and they will tell you like you can't like it's like they under a trance, like the people from the movie Get Out. Most of the Jamaicans, like they believe whatever the government tell them, and I just want Americans to know that law and order, as you know, is only on TV. In here in America, SVU is the number one sex trafficker of children. And like you pull those records up, you can pull those up too. CPS is the number is involved, family court is just involved. And what I picked from it from the last 10 years is that they doing like the new MK Ultra experiments, which is called Bluebird experiments, which Jamaica was a chosen country years ago when they had the drugs coming here, and that's a whole new that's a whole different a different YouTube channel story. But the intelligent black people know what's going on. The people that know how to research, the people that know how to connect dots, the people that got a third eye, the people that can think critically, like yourself. Like some of this is not for the simple Simon, as my Jamaican family would say. This is not for the
Right.
simple Simon. They believe everything that the government tells them. Um, they wanted to do forced vaccinations in Jamaica. They want and Kalina would have been the catalyst. I don't know if she would have been a catalyst alive or dead because they have no problem making people disappear down there. They have no
And see, this
problem.
is what I was told. And look, allegedly, I've had an experience with the individual from Jamaica. I'll say that. You know what I mean? You get where I'm going with this. And that experience was cool for a while until this individual wanted what they wanted, and I was assaulted by this individual. So Look, my experience and by all I did on my channel was update. I believe that we ran into each other on Twitter or whatever. I don't remember. I just remember your icon, and
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say 100% what was what. I asked people share your thoughts, share how you feel. The plainest Jane did the same thing. She just said, if it's not true, all I know is this young lady put this video up here, and
Mm-hmm.
now she's being attacked. Like, I understand, the young lady has, a right to share what she wants to share, but I think it's too it breaks my heart to see her just keep making these videos over and over when we can be trying to help women that we know are hurt and been abused and raped. Regardless, if if I made the videos intentionally, okay, and use Kalina as the catalyst. What about all the other, which I did not, but I'm just saying as an example. There are many women. I've had a lot of women reach out to me from Jamaica that wanted to stay unanimous or whatever. They told me
Me
to
too.
just say, Nicole, just speak and say, sis,
Me
you
too.
know, and to have you come on, I'm very honored. I just, nothing against the Tales from the Cult, but it's like nobody's on, not for me, not for the plainest Jane. I do not believe in my heart. Nobody's on here trying to, you don't even make money off these videos because of the words that you're using.
Mm-hmm.
Trafficking, blah, blah, blah. Even if you do get a commercial, it, I mean, you would have to get like a million views maybe to even get $40.
Gotcha.
Like, you're
You
not going
pay
to get
to do
anything for, you're not going to get anything for it. It's $25 even to have StreamYards. So even if you did get $5, it's $25 to $50 to have StreamYards. To
per
have
month.
the, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
nobody's making any money off of this.
Right. I understand. But right, it's a lot of it's like I said, the people, majority of the people in Jamaica, they know St. James is crazy. They know Montego Bay got crazy. They know Jamaica is bugging out. Like, I'm up in America, and I know all the commotion that's. I grew okay, so I grew up in the reggae clubs, the Jamaican clubs, Q Club, Biltmore Ballroom, freaking Illusions, all of the clubs with like the super famous reggae artists. Um, um, Buju Banton, Shabba Ranks, Maxi Priest. I grew up with Sleepy Wonder,
Oh, wow.
Louis Rankin from
Oh, Saba.
Shasta and Belly, and was my friend Louis Rankin. That's why I said, you want to romp with me, Louis Rankin? Yes. Okay, I have pictures somewhere with me and him. I'll see if I can find it. If not, I can't. But I have pictures with me and Louis Rankin. I grew up in the music industry, um, like Brand Nubian, Lord Jamar. His first wife, Naima, is my best friend's sister. My best friend and my sister. His son, Kyrie, is my son. You understand? Like,
Right.
I grew up around A-list celebrities, Jay-Z, Beyonce. Like, that's so to be like
Do
doing
you
something like this is like
do
you
you
don't
know Sugar Pop?
who?
Do you know Sugar Pop?
No, I don't know Sugar Pop, but DeHaven is my cousin.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The one him and Jay-Z have beef now. That's my cousin.
Wow.
Yeah, and me and his
Well, we're
brother.
gonna we're gonna have to stay we're gonna have to stay connected, sis. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah,
what
but
in the hell is going on? It says your
it's a
information.
government cover up. This is standard. You get fired. Most of the victims, like, get fired. Like, it's a case that I slept on, and the little boy ended up dead. And that's why I said, if Kalina to me in my spirit would have been Kanika, especially in a
Right,
country
right,
in my
right.
spirit. and then everybody that was on the phone, like how you and I are together, it was 25
Right.
of us. And I'm putting together like a little study guide, and I'm putting together a little documentary. It was 25 of us on the Zoom, calling Jamaica, calling
Mhm.
everywhere. And then I connected with, but they checked us out. They was like, oh no, she's home, she's safe. She just told us,
Yeah,
she just
and
sent us
that's
her
my thing is
phone.
that's how you're gonna say that that Ocean didn't like the Ocean allegedly Ocean Corral wasn't
Perpetuated.
dishonest.
Pandemonium.
Allegedly, every
Mhm,
time something was posted on Instagram, I didn't know you ladies. Did nobody cash at me? Did nobody tell me to do this? I prayed about it and I said something in my spirit don't seem don't
so
seem right about this. I don't know what it is. And then when I started realizing all of the things that were like going when I got okay, which I should have looked up, what I should have looked up first. But the story was moving so fast. You could have went to the bathroom and went to pee and made a sandwich and came back and there was a video posted or something and then you're vetting that to see, you know what I'm saying? People
mhm,
flagging, people harassing you and stuff like that. And all I said, if the possibility of this is true, right? With all the
mhm,
ex trafficking that's going on, with all of the things that are going on, if that was your daughter, your niece, your nephew, you know what I'm saying? Even your dog, you would want somebody to verify. All we wanted was for her to come out and say something. And this is just what
think
I
I hear people
believe
say that
happened.
all the
I
time.
believe, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I hear people say that all the time. If it was your mother, your sister, your daughter, your auntie, your cousin, you would feel a certain way. And that's not true. Are you dealing with a country nowadays that's setting up their own people for OH and ST trafficking? You dealing with,
Mm-mm.
and here in America, same thing, especially in the pill community. They will,
Yeah.
they have something called breeders in their own family. You
Yes, I
understand?
know, girl. You're gonna
Generational.
have to. You're gonna have
So when
to.
you say
We're
people
gonna have to
decent and
exchange
loving
information because there's
and
some stuff that I wanted to. Me and you
God,
need to get together and discuss some stuff and come out here and drop some stuff because I have some ladies, but they're afraid, and a lot of that breeding, a lot of people don't know a lot of that stuff
mhm,
goes on down here in Nevada because they have
oh,
the they have because you can strip and you can have sex down here at early ages and stuff.
mhm,
You know what I'm saying? A lot of them are groomed down here.
groomed, exactly. And,
That's what
and
I'm saying. Yeah.
there's a lot of police. I will get you some stories because I've been doing. There's a lot of police that put their own children. Police, SWAT,
Yes, I
a
know.
lot of teachers. All of
Yep.
these little babies ending up dead in CPS and foster care and
Girl. Yep.
adoption. Those
They not
children are
ready for
being used
that.
for MK Ultra experiments and
They
S
not. They
experiments,
not ready for
and
that, girl.
they being on some real demonic stuff. They being used for their blood sacrifices, but it's all types of stuff going on. And we got to get out. Kalina hopefully would be the catalyst to wake people up. But in America, SVU is the number one sex trafficker of children, along with CPS, the adoptions. It's a new slave trade. You got to think about it. And they
Well,
only
they don't know about that. I mean, even being, I came on YouTube, Miss Holland. The reason why I came on YouTube is because I was adopted to find my biological, family, and I did by coming on YouTube.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? So it to me, of course, I would like to have some decent views, but I mean views that I know that it's getting to other people that want to have conversations with me about the kind of stuff I'm having a conversation about, if that
the
makes any
Devontae
sense.
Hart
You know
children,
what
the
I'm saying?
Devontae, yes, baby love. I know the Devontae Hart, the Free Hugs kid with all his 5, 6 siblings when they was killed. They was in MK Ultra rings, and they operate through Freemasonry. So it's like 58,000 secret Masonic lodges in America. And
My
it has
God.
our celebrities is attached to it. Our police, the fraternal order of police is attached to it. So like most of the cops are Masons. Most of the celebrities, even if they don't go to like once they sign their name, is like they're automatically like honorary inductees. Like they automatically inducted. Come babe, come. My husband. And yeah, and then you have like the sports people, and then um the sport everyone in Hollywood on TV, you work for you basically the Illuminati, Freemasonry, which is the same thing. And um their job, like Charlemagne see the devil, his job is to be a fixer. His job is to play mind games
I
on
know
you.
he's the cleanup. Hold on.
Yes.
Allegedly, let me drop this
Allegedly,
disclaimer, sis.
allegedly. It is all over
Let me
fucking
drop this
and
disclaimer.
allegedly. Yeah.
And hey, this is your girl Nicole Reloaded. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe, and all that good Make sure you pay attention to this content disclaimer.
Go ahead, sis.
Yes. So I say all that to say, Kalina case is a classic case of lies by the government, like how they just recently, Trump was acquitted recently because the Democrats invented evidence. And in my opinion and my spirit, with dealing with these situations for over 10 years, they invented evidence to just protect themselves. They know they're the number one OH and S trafficking in the West Indies and the second in the world. In the world.
Right.
In the world. Yeah, they're the second, they have the second highest and killing rate in the world. The
And
world.
let me just say this on here on Nicole Reloaded and the Insomniacs, we have no ill will or anything for Jamaica and their tourism. May the people that want to visit there and the people that live there that want to be fruitful and multiply be blessed. This is not to garner anything, any like views and money. I really want to have this conversation. I'm a mother. My daughter is like, Mama, I want you to do more videos about this kind of stuff because I want, you know what I'm saying, my friends to be aware. Some of the young girls get out and they go out with young guys and they go to the club. Some of them don't even come back home.
Right.
They're gone for a year and they come back and they're like catatonic. They don't speak. They don't say anything. It's like they're mentally handicapped when they come back. And it's like what happened to the young lady or the young man. He was very masculine. He comes back now. He's talking like a girl. One left, the boy was openly gay. He came back. Now the boy don't speak. What is wrong with what are they doing when they leave and come back? Like, what are they doing to them? They don't want to talk. They don't want to share anything. Some are not eating. Some gain so much weight. You can tell that they've been through something, but they don't want to share it. And how can us as vloggers and bloggers come figure out anything if we're always freaking attacking each other? I know an associate of mine that is affiliated with the news industry, and they sit back and they laugh at us YouTubers that go at each other and call each other's names, and they don't have to do anything to us to discredit us. Is because we'll end up doing it on our own.
It's a lot of patsies. It's a lot of patsies on YouTube. It's a lot of agents on YouTube, and I'm talking about for the bad. It's a lot of Masons on YouTube. It's a lot of Masons on YouTube with channels that, and when you see them attacking people like that, just think of them as an agent. Don't even respond. Keep doing your thing and move on. You understand? But it's a lot of people placed in the YouTube world and allowed to prosper and get money because of the irresponsible, unjournalistic, gossip, fake news that they bring. So they will get more pushes. The algorithms will work, won't
Right,
attack them.
the algorithm will support them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's because
You
you
should.
control the narrative, and that is it's it's called the CIA handbook on mind, trickery, and deception, and the number one front line that they use is the media because they have what you call silent weapons, and silent weapons have been a game of theirs for years, where Jamaica let's call it Rwanda. Rwanda right now was like, oh no, we don't have um, our trafficking here. We don't have OH here. When they're the number one, Rwanda is the number one country. Like, if Kalina could have been anywhere for me. It didn't have nothing to do with her being inside there, but being there was more alarming than anything because people been trying to get me to cover um, the the outrageousness going on there for like 5 years. I've been knowing about the OH and the trafficking and them being the number one port and people going down there and being um, never seen again, or going there and being harmed by gunpoint right in the resort. Like, for 5 years, people been trying to say, speak on this, say something, do, and I had never gotten involved. And when she was begging for help, it wasn't, oh, let me go after Jamaica. It was like, oh, let me help this child because I don't want her to be another Kanika Jenkins. And that was it. And that was all. Kanika Jenkins was a girl that was in a hotel and ended up missing and then ended up dead. Um, and she was 19 years old, and it haunted all of us because they invented fake videos. Remember the fake videos they invented?
Yeah, yeah, I remember that.
The government invented fake videos, making it seem like using a double, like out of a movie, to make it seem like
Yeah.
this girl just accidentally had an
Until
uh-huh.
until that YouTuber utilized video
Hmm.
technology and science and broke that down.
Yes. And so other YouTubers, which is more coming to be more reliable news. That's why I hope you and the plainest Jane stay honest, stay with integrity, stay of a good high moral value, of a good high vibration, energy, and frequency, because the other bloggers that's irresponsibly blogging on this with lies, and they don't have no um, positive result in their face, but they're just going with the propaganda and the silent media trickery that is used to cover up these crimes for against. Okay, it's in a documentary by white people. Black people are number one in America, in the world. And since integration, this was 1954. And 1955 we did integration, and it's like we let Lucifer in the community, and we have to capture him, and he's a vampire. So just put the light on him and just burn him up and get him out of here. And we're not gonna never feel bad for our intuition. We not if Kalina was anywhere, if somebody else go back there and feel threatened or unsafe, we still gonna react the same way. You could go to Japan, you could go to China, you could go to um, you could be here in America. If you put out an alarm, and those intelligent people with spirits and good hearts and pineal glands that's not calcified, you could feel the uneasiness in our spirit, in our soul, when she was speaking. You could tell she's educated. You could tell she was level headed. Nothing that they were saying or doing was making sense because in America, if her friends were in contact with her, sleeping in the bed with her, signing an NDA didn't make them negative and allowed to go home. You understand? They would have had to be quarantined for 14 days. The days didn't add up. They said she got her results. When we called, they said she got her results on the February the 2nd. That means she would have been in quarantine till the 16th. But good people in Jamaica, good people in Rwanda, no, we're going to say Jamaica. Good people in Jamaica sent us video of her not being quarantined. Did you get that video? And they had people walking around her. Like we had people were sending us video of her. It looked like she was in handcuffs. And this was before the public knew. Like we was doing a lot of the scenes before the public knew. And people was walking past her with no mask on or anything. You understand? So it's just a massive amount of government corruption and government fraud going on at this point. And I just want to say I stand with Kalina 100%. America put hundreds of thousands of people in jail with fake lab results.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, girl, why it kicked me? Girl, it kicked me out. How you doing, Blue Devil? What I was going to say to you is, okay, they were saying that basically that the NDA that thing was, that was false. How you doing, Blue Devil? But okay, well, let me say this. If God forbid, if I get tested positive with coronavirus, anybody that has came in contact with me is going to have to take a test, and they're going to have to quarantine too, because you can get a false positive, but you never get a false negative. So that means if I get a positive on a Monday, and then I test Monday morning, I get a positive. Then they test me Monday evening, and then I get a negative. I'm going to have to get a couple of negatives. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. Like, it don't work like that. I wish people would educate themselves and be a lot more knowledgeable, because a lot of even the tests in the United States, some of them unfortunately can be faulty. And she did say that. So I think when Ms. Holland, when she got that first test and it came back positive, and she got that negative, I think she flipped out, and they separated her from her friends. And she's young. She flipped out. She probably was like, "What the fuck? Where are my friends? I tested negative. Why can't I talk to them?" And I'm sure some of the culture down there, they're even if they don't mean to be aggressive in comparison to American culture, they're aggressive how they speak.
Okay, so let's just say she took the pregnancy test, right? So she took the one from the dollar.
Why you keep calling it the pregnancy test?
Because it's that dollar janky test that they giving them, and it's always coming out with a false positive. It's if you see the rapid test, it's the dollar pregnancy test, and then you go and take the blood test. So the test that she had the results for was the 100% you sure that okay, this is going to be the final results, and that was negative. And that's all I needed.
That's how I knew it was a bunch of that there was some discrepancies, is because number one, when you go out of the country, you have to take a COVID test.
Exactly.
A COVID test that the embassy in that country that you go to, they have a list of doctors or whatever, or places that, a place that you can go. And your test can only be validated with officials and medical facilities that are connected to that embassy. Am I right or wrong?
You can't even come in the country unless you have a negative result. So
Right,
Exactly.
but doesn't the test have to be with an approved doctor and facility that is with the
Exactly.
embassy? You can't just go
Exactly.
to
Can
Dr.
you come in the country?
Boom Shakalaka, right?
Yeah, you cannot even come in the
Now
country
let me
until.
ask you a question. Where did this is what I wanted to know. And
And then
see,
this
because I got a
too.
small channel,
Listen,
they
her
gonna
friends
come
are
over
supposed
here
to
and
be
steal my
as
shit.
well.
Watch,
Hmm?
girl. They gonna come over here and steal my shit, steal my questions, and they gonna pull somebody bigger and then go on their platform and ask the questions that I'm asking. I bet you, how much you want to bet? 5 cents? 5 cents? We gonna bet 5 cents, child.
$5.
Five. Okay, $5.
It's
Okay.
like
Well, you know you're gonna owe me. You
$5,
gonna end up owing me $5 now.
Look, the reggae song. Cent, 5 cent, 10 cent dollar, right?
$5. $5. Hey,
Okay.
$5. No, but for real, $5 make you holler. But what I was gonna say is, in a lot of the commentary or whatever, let me pull it up, okay?
Simple
And
commentary don't bother me. We know what's going on there. They doing a lot of real sadistic stuff there. It's being hidden by the American government. It's being hidden by the Jamaican government, and it's really like I don't even feel upset anymore. I just feel like now we have to take action because, like I said, somebody was like, "Yo, like Kalina got an army that you can see and that you can't see." I think it was me. I said it
right.
like I think it was me because for everyone to come together.
Well, why do you think? What do you? What? When I try to get in contact with JetBlue, because I was well, I mean, from what I seen when I did the hashtags or whatever, and was over there and sharing the other sister hashtag that was in support of Kalina. Uh,
Mhm.
when I tagged JetBlue, I had tagged JetBlue. I felt like I was forced to take it down because they said if I didn't take it down, they were going to take my part of my Twitter down or suspend me or something.
Tagging JetBlue is like tagging Jeffrey Epstein. Very
Yeah,
protected.
I had the balls though. I tagged them
No, no,
at
no,
least
no.
50
And
fucking
they don't
times.
have the balls to tell you they'll censor you for messing with one of their top. Yeah. Like I said, we go by what we see on TV, but this is a reality. Like if you go to and you grew up in the system, and I'm glad you made it out, and you have that discernment and that beautiful soul, probably because you've been through a lot of
Right.
trauma, and you know how to
Yeah.
identify trauma spiritually, metaphysically, and
Right.
consciously on
See,
20
thank you,
different
sis. Say
levels.
that again. Say it
Okay,
again.
you know
It's
how to
something. I'm glad that you said
decode.
that because a lot of people don't know that. Children
Mhm.
that have been, that are willing
Mhm.
to get over and forgive why they got into the system, why they got adopted, or why they have gifts of discernment and insight. We see things that others don't see. So thank you for saying that because
Hmm.
that's the truth.
You guys come out with superpowers, the ones that make it.
Right, the ones that
Hmm.
make it. And by the
Hmm.
grace of God, I did. I was able to get adopted by two wonderful people. I'm not ashamed about it.
Good.
And, people want to, try to make fun of it. And this is not, I really want to, Miss Holland, people think that this is corny. I really want to bring people together, Black people together. It takes
Right.
a village to raise a family. I'm going to make a mistake. If I make a mistake, are you just going to freaking throw me away? I mean, if that was, then I would have never been adopted. My biological mother made a mistake. Did that mean that my head deserved to get cut off? No, it did not. I deserved another chance,
Right.
as well
Yeah.
as she deserved for me to forgive her for her
Mhm.
mistake. Because the drugs,
Trust me, my mom
she
was
didn't
the
go looking for drugs. They put
my
drugs
mom
in her.
was the
They
same
they
way.
convinced her. They wanted to sell me to white folks. And you know who was behind it? Kamala Harris. Since y'all so faithful that she's your fucking vice president.
Well, check this out. When I got pulled into trafficking, it's two children that was close.
Alleged. Let me. I mean, allegedly.
Oh,
You know,
oh, I got
we love Kamala. Tonda said I got $5, Nicole. Girl, no. We gotta get you something. She down there and we gotta keep sis protected. Go ahead, baby.
yeah. Also, I was saying that with the when I got pulled into trafficking early, is two children that I was really involved in their case hard. One name was Jonah Reeve, and one name was Lexi Dillon. Lexi Dillon mom is a doctor, and they stole the courts with Kamala Harris assistance, stole these children. These children was being what do you call, you Google Jonah Reeve satanic ritually abused. And I cry every now and then and break down every now and then. I broke down last week because we never seen these children ever again since 2013. The mothers have never saw them. Jonah was internationally trafficked. He was ending up on the dark web. He was ending up in Australia, sites in cages. And this was 2013. Now, these are children that was taken by CPS and a family courts, and we never seen them again.
And
And
see, this is one of the issues.
the fathers are selling these children to the
Right.
court. Like
Right. To the courts, right. And they're doing a breakdown. They're doing a breakdown. They obtain custody if they can, part of it, if it's the man or the woman. But they started off with the males first, but they violated the women's bodies by putting HPV in them and stripping the inside of their allegedly of their cervix, their uterus, providing them with birth control that they knew that their body could not take, which produced fibroid cysts, skin tissue, and scarring inside of it, giving them abortions like it was Tic Tacs, like 95 going south. And a lot of people think this is a joke, and it's not. It's the real deal. It's the real deal, Holyfield, man.
The MK Ultra experiments that Hitler brought to America and that the CIA was doing with they always talk about the LSD experiments, but I'm talking about the MK Ultra experiments that create people like Britney Spears, Miley Cyrus, Justin Bieber, wants Nicki to be Roman, Beyonce at the studio going bouncing in that burgundy and beige dress, shake like she's in a trance and she's delusional and she's under hypnosis or some brainwashing and have Al Roker, when you say Holy Spirit, he gets stuck in a trance in a sunken place for like an hour and they have to go to commercial and then they come back with a cover story and make it seem like it's a joke and had Kanye West go in the hospital and then come out and now he's all kooky, quacky, wacky, spooky,
right?
And have Dave Chappelle and them have to go check on him. Those are type of experiments that they doing on millions of children, and the way to put them there is through incest, molestation. They doing bestiality. They doing all types of sexual crimes and deviance, and it's called SRA. And you have to investigate it because that's what they're doing in these traffic rings and organ rings. And recently,
see, they keep knocking us out. Can you guys hear me? Let me see if she's back. See, they keep cutting our mics.
I understand. Okay, well, millions of
people. Are you there, Mama? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, they keep cutting me off, girl.
Okay, so I just want to wrap up. But yeah, we start studying MK Ultra experiments. There's a couple because That's what's tied in this trafficking and old harvesting. Because what they doing, like they torture the kids so bad, some kids don't survive. And recently, a NYPD sergeant in New York was trafficking his own children. His name is Michael Valva, the sergeant, and he killed his son Thomas Valva. And all they keep saying is his mother came to us 5 days before he was murdered, and we was like, we didn't take it seriously. He was like, he's an NYPD sergeant. He not gonna do too much. You understand? He'll get, he's not gonna do too much. I know a lot of police officers that traffic their children. I'm gonna send you at least 100 articles. Casey Lee Anthony was one of them, the one that when she murdered her own baby.
Yeah, I was just see, girl. Yeah, I was. I'm aware of that. You got my You have my email. You have my email address. We on not Facebook, IG, right?
Right. Put it in my box. IG together.
Okay.
Yeah, you followed me today.
Okay.
Right.
Well, okay. Well, make sure you, because my eyes ain't that good, but I don't want you to leave yet. So I see. Is that you with Dick? That's you with Dick Gregory?
Yes.
Girl, oh my God, I miss him so much. I never got a chance to. I never got a chance to meet him. But to comment in a live stream that he was in, and man, I was already drinking 6 bottles of water a day, but I went up to 12 messing with Dick Gregory, man.
Yeah, I love him. I love him, and
What
that's
they done to um damn, I can't think of his name, the comedian. They saying they trying to say that he was, huh?
Paul Mooney.
Yeah, what's up with him, man? What they did to him?
Honestly, once those allegations came out, which that's what they do. Okay, Hollywood is, come on, we know that Gary is Sodom and Gomorrah. You
Yeah,
know,
right.
like so there was like he molested Richard Pryor's son or something like that, truthfully.
Right, and they wanted to come out and say that that Richard Pryor was, homosexual, and that, Paul Mooney was, allegedly molesting children, uh and all
Oh,
this other stuff.
I didn't hear children. I didn't hear children, but I did hear Richard Pryor's son. But they like when you all coked up like these celebrities and geeked up, because I'm a registered nurse, for 20 something years, and it's like these these like Satanists and Luciferians and the Masons that deal, they always coked up, drugged up, mollied up, eat up, drinkers, like they always have
Right.
a drug problem. Even the lawyers, the doctors, the judges, like I call them the psycho academics, like Fraudchi. Look at Cuomo. Look at all of the fraud Cuomo invented, and now his family is a generational Illuminati asset family. So his dad is on the cover of a book called Psychological Warfare and Secret Societies. Cuomo's dad, and they was doing experiments on Black people in foster care and ACS in the 1980s and 90s when his dad was governor, and Fauci was bringing out the AZT antiretrovirals, which was killing the person faster than HIV was. And as you know, and then in 2005, Fauci said that, okay, so this alleged this Rona is SARS-2. SARS-2. SARS-1 was cured by hydroxychloroquine, which 2005 have the articles in the books. Fauci said cures SARS-1. So why didn't we? Let me just tell you, all the patients that we have that took HCQ is alive today. The ones that didn't, one on their bed and died, and a lot of them lost their organs in the process, because it's like this thing now where the state could take your organs under the guise and the lies of autopsy. They could just, even if the person get a bullet wound to the head, they're diagnosing it as a COVID-19 death, and they're taking your organs.
Yep.
And organ.
Wait, can you tell them?
Bones,
Can
they
you
taking
tell them
the
this
bones
though?
too.
No, Let them. I was girl. Wait, hold on. Mm-mm. I wish
Don't
I would
put
have known you was a
them.
nurse because I would have had my journal, girl. But I'm over. I'm enjoying you so much, girl. I was sipping on my little drinky drink. Like, okay,
I wish
so
I had
now
one.
now it, look, I'm gonna send you one spiritually. Send you
Yes, I'm with you,
a
boo.
extra virgin daiquiri, girl.
Yummy, yummy. But yeah, you gotta laugh because instead of crying, like when Kalina was like, "I'm laughing because this is how I cope." That's how I cope too, sis. I'll be
Yeah,
like,
well, I
"It's
mean,
so
it's the
unbelievable.
truth.
It's
It's the
so
truth, and I
unbelievable."
just don't know why we can't.
It's
I don't
okay.
know
Majority of us are
why.
in the marketplaces. Go read Kathy O'Brien book, A Transformation of America. A lot of people are in the sunken places. Like, don't even stress yourself. Don't even try and make it. When people, like-minded people, see like-minded
Yeah,
people, and we're usually of a higher intelligence standard. Unfortunately, we are. Um, and just because, like how you see the college scandal, that's because these people have MDs, PhDs. A lot of these people buy their degrees. And I knew that. Well, I've been an RN for 25 years. And I knew that um, before this college scandal thing broke, that a lot of professionals buy their degrees, especially if they're of the complexion with the connection. Okay, it's a lot of judges that never even went to school that is put on the bench as magistrates and all of this, and so please, like, miss me with that. A lot of these coroners, some of them barely got a high school diploma. You understand? It is just so much. Like, we watch
right,
TV so much, and in reality, that's not life. Like, that's like how you be like, oh, the police killed them. The police killed them. They signed a pact in 1940 with Project Paperclip to identify as white, and the goal was to exterminate Black people. Like, why people
right.
don't know this? It's Project Paperclip. It's books like The Secret Agenda. It's books like In Search of the Manchurian Candidate, CIA
Mhm, mhm,
doctors, CIA doctors, okay?
mhm.
Like doctors that tell you things are safe for you and they not. Google pharma death clock. How many people been murdered in the hospital accidentally? Oh my God.
Oh,
Accidentally.
that's what I was gonna ask you about. How they didn't really come out and disclose to during the conference that they had, and got upset about that doctor that was trying to disclose that the incubation for a COVID patient actually causes them allegedly to smother or drown to death once they're hooked up to that. What is your thoughts on that?
I feel that I don't know what type of education okay, so as a RN, right? I feel like all of our common sense and basic safety, basic management of disease management, basic protocols, I think all of that went to hell when it
Right.
came to COVID. Like, people was coming in there, a majority of the people was coming in there with like asthma and COPD, and they were being
Right.
falsely diagnosed as COVID patients and just thrown in the room with not even a pump, a albuterol pump. Like,
Without what? Right. Without inhibitor,
inhaler, without even having them.
albuterol. I'm
Without
not
even
even a nurse, and
without,
like albuterol, Advair with COVID. A lot of people, a lot of the doctors, uh, basically COVID, you need to be elevated when your lungs get filled because it's something about the gases by when they give you put incubate you, how your body can't it's like you basically smother to death in carbon monoxide in your own respiratory or something. Am I explaining it
it,
correctly? So
it's
you have to
cytokine
be
storm.
elevated. COVID
It's
goes
called,
up. It just doesn't come down.
right. Well, a lot of these people didn't have COVID. They were just
Right.
diagnosed with COVID and mismanaged. And with COVID, it sends you into a cytokine storm. That's like your body reacting to fight for its life, and it's sending out all the forces to kill what's ever in. And you ever heard of like autoimmune? In the process of killing it, it could kill you too. Now, hydroxychloroquine stopped the storm. It stops the storm. High levels of vitamin D stops the storm. Zinc,
Right.
right? A
Right.
combination,
Right.
right?
Zinc,
Right.
vitamin D, manuka honey,
I don't know
black
about
tea.
that. Right?
What
The
did you
manuka
find out
honey
about?
part.
What do you think about the science, the test that they did down in I believe Pakistan or India with the manuka um from the
No, in the
manuka honey
hospital,
from New
we're not giving
Zealand
manuka
and
honey. No, I said
seed
in the
oil.
hospital, we're not giving manuka honey pretty much, but the vitamin D, the Z pack, the azithromycin. But all you really need to prevention, if you
Okay.
take 200 milligrams once a week. And the people, when they were saying, oh, HCQ don't work, they were lying. They were giving people like 2,000 milligrams. When it all for
And
65
which one
because
is it?
listen, for 65 years, HCQ has always worked during a cytokine storm, and you only use 200 milligrams. But during COVID, they were giving like 2,000 milligrams and making people go blind and send them in arrhythmias. So it was
Right.
what? For 65 years, we only been given 200 milligrams. Why are we giving 2,000 now? Like, what's
Right.
going on? Nothing makes sense. This is a medical martial law type situation. Like I've been through Ebola. The last one before this was Ebola. I've been through H1N1. I've been through Zika. I've been through SARS 1. COVID is SARS 2. Same treatment. I've been through HIV. I've been through flesh eating, man eating diseases that could kill you in 3 days. Like, I've never seen nothing like so diabolical like this. And then the crazy thing is, okay, so say like a lot of people that's tested, say like you got O positive blood and I got A positive blood. So the people with A positive blood, all of them going to be positive coronavirus because it's like something in their cells that's all, E. coli, like the good bacteria that's already on you anyway, or if you ever took a vaccine
Right.
or from childhood to adulthood, you're gonna test positive for coronavirus. That don't mean you have
Right.
coronavirus been around for a thousand, like I'm not
That's
gonna
what
say
I've been
thousand.
trying to tell
Coronavirus
people.
been around for 100, 200, 300 years.
Years.
It's
Right. Right.
mhm.
It's SARS.
It's
It's
been no,
SARS
it's been
emerged
no,
mutated, right?
baby love. It's been the common cold.
Right. Right. It's
It's
just a
been
very, very so what do you think about my I'm in a debate right now. I was thinking about sending my baby girl back to school.
never.
Do,
I
do
wouldn't.
you think that's dangerous?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Like all my friends that's nurses, and I have a lot. I'm in a group of over 20 something thousand nurses, and like we have our like own groups and stuff like that, and they all
Uh-huh.
say it's over. The kids not going back to school. And one of my
Oh,
besties, she like, mm-mm. She like, I'm like, she taking all five of her children out, and she is a school head, the A student. Children play basketball, football, this ball.
it wasn't going to be, but it wasn't going to be full time. It was only going to be 2 days out of the week.
Because when it's like you putting them back in the traps, right? And then they're gonna start wanting to test them, and if you don't test them, they're gonna call CPS. Oh yeah, you know that.
Oh hell no, girl! See
They
now you trying to
CPS
scare
on
me.
you. And Kalina was a medical kidnapping. Google medicalkidnap.com. Medicalkidnap.com. This is big. Like stealing people under the guise of a test or a fake result, and then I see it happen with children all the time. They take these children that I don't know, they want to do some um, Frankenstein mad scientist experiment. They will tell you your child have something your child don't have. Take your child. If your child died, they'd be like, "Oops, sorry." And then if you complain, they will. A lot of moms get diagnosed with Munchausen syndrome. Munchausen.
Munchausen syndrome. You said it
Right.
right. Hmm.
Complaining about children who they know wasn't sick. It's so many crimes that go on in the medical industry. Remember, medical apartheid, CIA doctors. It's a book called Nation Betrayed. It show you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where did she go? Hold on, Mama. Can you hear me? Where is she? Okay.
Age.
Wait a minute.
The show.
Okay,
Like
it keeps kicking me. It keeps kicking me. It keeps kicking me. I'm on my phone,
maybe
so forgive me.
stop
I'm
and
pressing the wrong thing.
yeah. But yeah, let's connect another day. Everybody's sleeping, so I have free time and things. But
No, I really
uh,
enjoyed this.
yes,
Enjoyed
a
this.
lot of crimes
Enjoyed this
they are medicine. They still
conversation.
listen. They steal people all the time. Okay, for instance, remember that guy that went to jail for a traffic ticket and they took his brain and his heart, and he was an army veteran. Come on, Google
Yeah.
army veteran. Went to jail for a traffic ticket and they stole his brain and his heart. Like it's a
Well, what
lot.
about the young boy? The young boy that before Kanika Jenkins that
Kendrick Johnson.
when he was in Chicago, was he in Chicago?
He was
Um,
in
what,
Georgia.
you know who I'm talking about? He
Kendrick
was a
Johnson when they took
basketball,
his
and
organ.
they exhumed his body, and they found newspaper. His body was filled with newspaper.
Kendrick Johnson.
There you go.
Cause and the
And what
FBI
was
was involved.
missing
The
out of
FBI was
Kanika
involved.
Jenkins?
Listen, the FBI was involved in his the children that have been identified by other people as the alleged murderers. They all connected to the FBI. The FBI was it's a book called Traffic King, and then it's that documentary that just came out like 2 months ago. It's called A Thousand Pieces. But I've known this for like over 20 something years. But the FBI is the number one protectors, including the DOJ. The DOJ, that's why they keep us in circles. Nothing never gets done. It's all fake. Law and Order is only on television. And Law and Order and SVU is only on television. And let's make it even deep. The woman that do SVU, her mother was a Satanist. They was raised in SRAs and stuff like that. The head detective that we like that runs the SVU,
Right.
she's an MK Ultra satanic super soldier / monarch / Manchurian candidate. I'll talk to you later, girl.
Oh, hey, girl.
I'll talk to you later. Her whole family was connected to Satanism, the Church of Satan, Roman Polanski. Yeah, mom died mysteriously after witnessing homegirl Roman Polanski wife cut open, 8 months pregnant, ritual sacrifice. Girl, we got to get out of Lucifer Kingdom, child. And the same people
Girl.
that's telling us, oh no, this is not happening, that's the same people that's down with the get down. That's the same people. The police is fake. Um, they like it's called Luciferian affected. Like they say, I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job. Whether it's
Right. That's what
in the
they
law,
always say.
I'm
I'm
just
just
doing
doing
my
my
job.
job.
That's what Hitler soldiers said, and the term is called Luciferian affected. Best interest of the child, that was a terminology that Hitler created. We are the Fourth Reich. Hitler was the Third Reich, we are the Fourth Reich. And in 1940, all of Hitler experiments was transferred. It wasn't really transferred because George Bush family paid for them. Wall Street paid for them. Rockefeller Medicine paid for Hitler. So it wasn't really transferred. Like we was paying him. And when you read certain documents, Hitler was a Manchurian candidate. And the experiments that he was doing, they just brought to America and rebranded it, renamed it. But the master race, what we call white supremacy, they made a pact in 1940 to make pale people white. And the goal to make pale people white in 1940, what you think it was? For black extermination. Because we always been on this land for thousands and thousands of years. My grandmother's Navajo, my grandfather's Taino Jamaican. You understand? We've been here for thousands of years, but through the mind control and the psychological warfare and the Rockefeller medicine, Illuminati Rockefeller medicine, where they was able to just tell us we were slaves. I don't come from a slave family. I don't come from a slave history. I never heard I was a slave until I was like 19 years old in college at Stony Brook University. That's the first time I ever heard I was a slave. I had never heard that before ever in my life. You understand? So it's just a lot of hidden history. But what's good, 1940 wasn't that far ago. And so now you have these generational, the paperclip MK Ultra experiments. They changed the name a couple of times, but they started out, the first MK Ultra experiments was called Bluebird. And that's where they use like rape, incest, molestation, bestiality, sodomy, sodomy to induce mind control on children. And then they could make these children like go out and like kill other children, but they used to do, that's when they do lynchings and things like that, rituals and stuff. And this is big in their community. That's why we see all these Karens and we be like, yo, nobody acts like this because they're bluebirds. They're like, they call them super soldiers. I call them Satan soldiers. And they demonically possessed. They demonically possessed. And they even have a book called Satan's Children and how to, make them into these satanic super soldier monarchs, but we call it the MK Ultra program. So it started out as Bluebird, then it turned into MK Ultra, which is Mind Control Ultra, and enforcing ultra trauma, and that's what they're doing in the public school system, teaching you about slavery. They're downloading sex into children brains. They want to teach them about sex, which is sex magic is deep. So when you download sex into children at pre-K, 5 years old, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, the Kinsey experiments expose that. Alfred Kinsey, which is the father of the sex revolution, you walk their brain. You do something demonic to their brain. You do something sadistic. You put in like sex magic is real. Is real. That's why we have Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion, and Beyonce always half naked. Growing up, we ain't grow up with that shit. We had Diana Ross, Anita Baker, Patti LaBelle. Those was our superheroes. Those we loved them women. We had Whitney Houston, elegance, class, style, beauty. You understand? Regardless of a personal life on stage, she was our angel. You understand? And now you have sex, 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 sex. Then you have the trap music. The frequency is altered. So I'm doing something to protect our sisters. It's called My Sister's Keeper, a project that we put together. My Sister's Keeper. Since this Kalina thing happened, because the Simple Simons don't understand this. They don't understand that they being turned into tethers from like the movie Us. They're being turned into tethers, like the movie Get Out, the sunken place tethers. You understand? And I used to be a tether. That's how I know. Because only until my son got caught in trafficking by a judge and ACS in New York City did I come out my fucking sunken place. Because I was in a sunken place too.
Right. And see, a lot of people miss, you know what I'm saying, Miss Holland, like they think unless you experienced it or unless your mind is still, you know what I'm saying, trapped where you're not willing to see, you know what I'm saying, because you don't get it. Like you can see it, it's like it's a mental thing, a generational curse. The women, the men that the women will end up dating, these men are sent to us to warp our minds for us to produce babies that they can keep going in this way. Like they don't get it. Like it's more powerful than what they can see. But when I talk about that, like they think that I'm crazy or I'm corny
No,
or
Simon, don't worry about what a simple Simon thinks because you can't. Okay, so it's like you saying if I say a man penis and a woman vagina connected together can make a baby, you calling me crazy? Like it's the science is there. It's not a mystery. It's not a secret anymore. They can't tell us
right.
like these things don't exist. I'm gonna send you tons of documents. They can't tell you these things don't exist. Like, stop it already. Like, don't never worry about. Be a master. Be a teacher. You're a master. You're a teacher. When you have a higher clairvoyance, a higher frequency vibration, you never worry about what a simple Simon thing. You never worry about what a tether thing. You never worry about what a coon got to say. Always remember, it's more agents. It's more
Oh
agents
my
in the
gosh, girl,
community.
the negativity.
Mm, mm-mm.
Wait,
'Cause
hold on.
yeah, when you have a person that you're dealing with, and I'm 45, going to 46 next week, so I'm 46, right?
Well, God bless you, Mama.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay,
And when
let me just say something. Um, let me just say something really quick. Okay. Um, Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for your goodness and grace, your mercy and your forgiveness of sin. Heavenly Father, thank you for your love, your strength, and thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving me the patience to be able to listen to my newfound sister, to all the listeners, Heavenly Father, to open my mind to hear other people's opinions. Bless all of the listeners today. Thank you for all your goodness and grace and your mercy. Protect all of us and give us strength and wisdom. Guide us on the path that we need to be. Help us to be a blessing and not a curse, and to go towards what you desire for us. Heavenly Father, not what we want, but what you need for us to make your kingdom even better. Thank you for the time to listen to this prayer, for your goodness and grace, and your mercy and forgiveness of sin. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name I pray, amen. I'm sorry, girl. I just had to say something.
I
I had to
say
pray.
amen in Jesus'
Amen.
name, because let me
In
tell you,
Jesus' name.
since I've been dealing in this trafficking, people denounce religion, and I'm not religious at all. I went to a Christian cultural center for like 20 something years, but when I seen like a lot of like Kenneth Thompson, I was bringing trafficking cases to him. I'm from New York. I'm from Brooklyn. And I worked on his campaign. I'll find some pictures and stuff that I have. I don't even give a shit. I don't even care about these pictures of people. But when I came to him about black children being trafficked through ACS administration, I call it for child sacrifice, but it's called ACS. It's a CPS in New York City. It covers the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, and Staten Island. And when I came to him with cases, the ones in Brooklyn, because he was the DA for Brooklyn, and a lot of the DAs was just covering it up prior to him, he started joining forces with the judges and the politicians out there that are into that turn a blind eye. I've never heard any of them involved outside of like the Cuomo and them. I never heard anybody involved actually in the specific trafficking and things of children. But they involved in the cover up, they involved in the quelling, making people believe that it's a safety system there. Involved in the corruption, the lies, the fraud, the diabolical level of like when tranny killed dad. I know that little boy, all his name, Mouse. Mouse. When the tranny killed Mouse, like they was doing an MK Ultra experiment on them children, and that the tranny was doing horrendous stuff to that little boy, and all of our politicians and was involved in the cover up. The police involved in the cover up. Like the police, they will change murder into coroner and the police will work together to change murders into natural causes. Like they do that often. Like I keep saying, Law and Order is only on TV. Or if you know what
Right.
really goes on behind the scenes, it's crazy. But a lot of our politicians So I said all that to say I was really into the church and stuff like that. But I'm noticing like a lot of the church folks is phony and they keep you in a sunken place. And when I came to them, like, yo, they stole my son. And I'm meeting like I had like 300 women, all of their children was being sex trafficked by SVU and family court and CPS in Brooklyn. Like one of the people that came, it made the news after a couple of years, but the pastor was raping the daughter in a church in Brooklyn. I'll send you that article because I have the judge name and everything because it's in a book. I keep the judges' names that sex traffic children in the book, and it's thousands of them. Okay, it's thousands. The DAs that work with them, the CPS workers that always say unfounded, unfounded, unfounded when these children genitals is mutilated, their behinds is blown open, their vaginas is bigger than mine. You understand? They will say unfounded, unfounded, unfounded. This is how the cover up works. So to invent a fake lab test for Kalina is nothing. It's nothing. I've seen them invent fake labs, fake police reports, fake CPS reports. The judge creates fake documents. The DA creates fake documents. And this is the norm, especially in the CPS system. This is the norm. The police down with it. Every now and then, one getting busted here, one getting busted there. I'm tired. I'm tired. So when I was going to the churches, they wasn't doing nothing. Or all it seemed like they was doing was giving a heads up to tell people that we are talking. And it's a article. Dr. Nash was one of my big homies as far as in this. Her story made the news. She was in the Forbes magazine. They was doing MK Ultra sex experiments on her son. And they killed her on Mother's Day 2019. The article came out like 2018 summer. And Dr. Nash and Dr. Nash Ali, Google her. Just Google Dr. Nash Ali Forbes magazine. And so I know what going behind the scenes. But like I said, my name is Aaliyah, and it means like the highest of the high. And I never took that. Like I always wanted to be named a Tiffany or Tamika or Nicole or something cool and something sweet. But I know there's a lot of power. I was born 2/25, 1975. That's the day the Honorable Elijah Muhammad died. And regardless of the little thing that I'm not gonna say a little thing, regardless of the incident, because I found out later on. All my life, he was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I never knew about the indecencies that he did until like recently. So all my life, I always walked in this honor, like my grandmother and like, you got the spirit of Elijah Muhammad. You got the spirit of Elijah Muhammad. You care about the people because, I always was an advocate from since I was like 15, 16 years old for children, especially foster care children. Because my mother was like a Cardi B, then she got caught up, then she started doing cocaine, then she started doing crack. And I was threatened with foster care from since I was 5 years old. My mother used to get high. Wow. Richard Pryor, yes. My mother was in that celebrity circuit, okay, and she also used to be a part. She used to work for the mob. My mother used to work for the mob. My mother and my grandmother had 10 children, and my mother was the black sheep. She was the only one that was out of the box, crazy, like a Cardi B, stripping, escorting, which is always a part of stripping. It's never not connected, and she just fell off. But my mother used to make
and
like
I know,
$10,000.
well, let me just say this to everybody that is listening. Everyone has a journey and everyone has a purpose. And I want my channel to be a place for where people can come and speak and share their truth. You don't have to agree with Miss Holland. You don't even have to agree with me. But we can be adults and agree to disagree and have a conversation.
Simple Simons are never gonna agree, and it's okay. Like Sunken Place and Simple Simons, it's like you and I are like Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, Red Pill, Blue Pill, Young Pharaoh, the Forbidden Knowledge. We're like of a higher spiritual journey. Like I tell you, like I was on a different
Right.
level before too. All I wanted to do was party, bullshit, have fun, trust the news, trust the police, trust this. And it's
Yeah.
only until, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
My sister tried to call me and the call dropped tremendously. Hold on. I'm gonna leave
Okay.
and come back. But yeah, the simple Simons, don't never worry about the tethers and the simple Simons. Please don't. Please don't keep trying to explain it. When it's time for them to wake up out of their sunken place trance, they will. And hopefully it's under good circumstances. Most times it's not. I work in the ER. You understand? I see babies come in dead. 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old. You understand? I see people that's planning a prom and we putting a tag on their toe and sending them to the morgue. I can't like never worry about wasting my time on people that's like zombified. That's people that's in a sunken place. Like it's 2021. If you ain't woke now, it's okay. You ain't never gonna wake up.
Right. And
Under good
and I'm
circumstances.
so glad. Can you hear me, Mama?
Yes.
You have my email. Wait, let me get yours because my eyes are. Let me give you mine though in the whatchamacallit before and I'm not saying this because I want you to wait, are you on Instagram? Aren't I, because your picture looks familiar. I remember colors and stuff like that. Or didn't I could have sworn I said something or you commented under one of the videos or something. Because you look your name and stuff look familiar, even though I don't know the you know what I'm saying. I just remember, I don't know. You're just familiar to me. I've seen you somewhere.
My avatar is
Recently.
the same as IG. It's the
Is
same
it the same?
avatar. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Because I'm like, didn't I say? I just want to make sure that we're connected because there's something that I wanted to share with you, and you actually came on and gave me confirmation about some things that about what you were talking about as you as a nurse and in regards to COVID and stuff like that. And I wanted to see if you can I let you I'm sure you probably seen this video, but I want to find a way to repackage it to where YouTube will approve it because I want people to see it.
Okay.
And but just make sure, because if I touch something, it's gonna disconnect us. But it really, all I want to do is just really share, have a platform where Black women especially can come, educated Black women, regardless if you even if you never even been to college or high school. I'm talking about
Spiritually
that
educated. That
thank
definitely.
you. Thank you that you took your experience and you used from that experience and you experienced more and you grew from that experience and so on and so forth. That you're not a robot. That you're not a gang member in your way of thinking. I even told my daughter, if you feel like I'm hurting you, then go tell. If you think that I'm really hurting you, if you really feel that way, then let's go find a way to fix it. Like if you feel that, what if I lost my mind? Maybe I'm thinking I'm doing the right thing. That's how pure I try to be.
Don't question yourself.
I cannot appease all these people. I can't. Okay.
I wouldn't even try because
you wouldn't even believe what just happened right now. Like, just for what? For what?
What happened?
No, I don't want to say it on live. I'm just so offended right now. I'm so fucking offended.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. You just did a beautiful prayer, right?
I'm sorry, God, please forgive me.
You just did a beautiful prayer, and then something altered your frequency, your vibration, and your energy, because that's how Luciferianism works. It's people out there. Oh, so let me tell you the secret, because I'm friends with a lot of these super soldiers and people that write books about the MK Ultra experiment. One of my friends is Matthew Pauly. He was experimented on in Canada. He's like an assassin. Like they will send him to go shoot up a school. They will send him to go and shoot
Be
up a
careful,
movie
girl.
theater.
Allegedly,
Oh no, he
allegedly,
wrote he wrote a book about his experience.
Right, okay.
And it's
Yeah, but
called
we gotta be
Murder in
careful. We got
Time or
haters
something
over
like
here.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then another one of my super soldiers is David Schroeder. He wrote Down the Rabbit Hole, and he accused Supreme Court Judge Anthony Scalia of being one of his satanic rapists, cloaked in all
Oh,
of the
wow.
Bohemian Grove style. David Schroeder, Down the Rabbit Hole. He's one of my friends. One of my friends in the MK Ultra world.
Oh,
And
my
then
God.
another one is John Storm. And all of these people was taught how to do like Kabbalah, witchcraft, how to alter your energy. Is also called psychic violence, because psychic violence. So they know how to get in your head, and
How
nobody
to
can get in my head. John Storm, and they all identify.
They disrupt your energy. They convert. Hold on, let me drop the disclaimer.
Hey, this is your girl Nicole Reloaded. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe, and all that good Make sure you pay attention to this content disclaimer.
Hold on, mama, and let me play this real quick, okay? Now, this is edited. This is for comedic value, but for y'all that can get it. Get into it.
I've been getting calls all day and text messages from people telling me I need to stop, so I need to disassociate myself, or else my career is going to be over, or else my life is going to be over. Let me tell y'all something. Stop calling me. Stop texting me. I turned my back on a man. You think I'm about to turn my back? I don't think I'm going to turn my back on a lot of stuff for the black community, who made the black community great again? And you think I'm about to give up on you? Are you stupid? You think I'm about to turn my back? It's not happening. It's not happening, Captain. Stop calling me. Stop texting me. I stand with me to disassociate myself. For what? For what? If you want me to give up on, go to hell, you ungrateful pieces of shit. Yeah, I said that.
You still there, mama?
Yes. Okay, so yeah, because I'm an early bird. I wake up early. So everybody be asleep till like 2:00. But yeah. But what I was gonna say, go listen to all the I grew up on Maid Russell, and she was like the number one, what they called her a conspiracy theorist back then, but when you connect the dots, she will connect you to all the crime families that interconnect and connect. That's all in politics right now. The Pelosi's, the drug crime families.
Oh, wow.
Like,
So people blocking people in my shit. Hold on, girl. Hold on.
how you do that?
Hold on. Keep talking. Keep going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute
So,
myself. You take over for a second, okay?
I see you of a high intellect mind, a high intelligent mind. Don't let people get in your head. When you doing high intelligent work, they weak as shit, but they will send forces to, they say the devil work through your family. They will send forces through your family to agitate you, to start fights with you, to pick arguments with you. My husband and I, we was gonna break up. We've been together for 10 years, but when he seen that he does a Jehovah
Mama.
Witness.
I'm gonna go and check my block list right now and make sure everything is okay. Miss Holland, you take over the show for a second. Let me go and check something real quick. I'm not getting off. You with me still, mama?
Yes.
All right.
So I was saying.
How about that? She gonna keep talking and y'all can't do nothing about it. Okay, I'll calm down. Okay.
Simple Simons don't scare me. Simple Simons don't bother me. When you know how to redirect their energy back to them, without even ever saying anything or ever doing anything. It is so powerful. And I know how to redirect energy back to where it came from. And people got to be careful because they might end up in the hospital with COVID and their organs gone. But anyway, that's neither here nor there right now. Back in 1940s, it was a project. And most of the people, we've been programmed under MK Ultra. You got to start studying these projects. They're responsible for 99.9% of mental illness in the Black communities, these MK Ultra projects, in the form of various different types of warfare. We had the drug wars, which the CIA Bush family, which is also called, when they was in Nazi Germany, they was called sheriffs. And they create all of this chaos in our community to mentally break us down. And we're just getting re-traumatized through the police terrorism, through the school to prison pipeline, the school to prison psychiatric drug line that nobody talks about. And why I say I stand with Kalina Collier, because her case is like light. It's like you could see through the lies. You could see through anybody. We've been inventing fake lab results to put people in jail to fill the prison so that they could do experiments in the prison so that they could get money for prisons. They put prisons in certain areas, like the person get arrested in Brooklyn and they in a prison in Kentucky because Kentucky don't have no money there. And they're trying to build a financial system for the people in Kentucky. And so they will put the children in. A lot of reasons why white people have Black children and from foster care and adoption is because these people are down with the MK Ultra experiments that started from 1940 Project Paperclip. There's books like Secret Agenda. You can get the free PDF online. And these projects are now all in the CPS family court system. And we have millions of children a year are going through these type of sunken place, Kanye West, mind control. And then these people grow up and they trust the police, they trust the system, and they fight against me and people like Nicole Reloaded. But I'm going to always stand by Kalina. We have a project that we're working on. It's called My Sister's Keeper. And I even wanted to work on something called the Kalina's Law, that anytime an American travel out of the US, that when we need answers from hotels and resorts and tourism centers, that we get these answers immediately. The people, the government of Rwanda, we're going to say Rwanda because it's happening everywhere, but she wasn't everywhere. She was in Rwanda. And the government of Rwanda was they were lying. They were nasty. They were like borderline psychotic, psychopaths. I never seen in all of the different agencies, people are usually they had no concern. They didn't care. They was talking tough. They were more acting like bad man and gunman and crazy and more trying to intimidate you. And I have recordings, and I'm not intimidated by nobody but God. They were more trying to intimidate you than help you. When we was calling Kalina's phone, men were picking up her phone. When we was calling Kalina's phone, her cell phone, men were picking up her phone. It's even like how I'm in a resort, sometimes my phone won't work. It's a way that they could block you from the internet. So when people was like the internet went down, when you're out of the country, you could turn the Wi-Fi off. So a lot of people just don't know. They wasn't on the phone calls. They wasn't behind the scenes working. And so they have a lot of opinions. I don't care what Cedar God from the Breakfast Club said. He has been accused multiple times of drugging and raping children in court documents, prosecuted, and pled to lesser charges in those cases. So I don't care what Cedar God say from the Breakfast Show. these deviants are in positions of power to be the fixers, to be the voice, to pretend to care, and they really only protecting the system. Amanda, I didn't know she was of such. She reached out the day we threatened. Some people have family that's in Jamaica. When we threatened to come to the hotel, 15 minutes later, the hotel put up a statement saying about Kalina Collier's status or whatever after leading us on a wild goose chase surrounded by S trafficking and O harvesting for a week. There's a wild goose chase. When we threatened to come to the hotel, within 15 minutes, they put out a statement. Within 25 minutes, Amanda Seals went viral on it. And which could be a psyop within herself. And they sent us video of Kanika. We had been asking for proof of life for over a week while they was playing mind games, head games, lying. We just would say, just show us proof of life. Just show us the girl is alive. Just show us she okay. Just show us proof of life. I don't care. Oh, she don't want calls. She don't want this. Well, we calling her phone and men is picking up her phone. Just show us something. Show us something. That's for 7 days. 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours a day with women crying on a Zoom, crying, bawling tears, fearing that she had been dead. I was telling them, be positive, be positive. I don't think she dead. I don't think she dead. I think we stunted their scheme. I think we threw a monkey wrench in their scheme. I don't think she's dead. I was the only one out of 25 people that was losing hope because they kept playing mind games, head games, this, and we thought she was going to be a Kanika Jenkins. And I just felt in my spirit, like, just stay positive. So then when we threatened to go to the hotel, and I had some white people also down with flying over, they was booking a trip for Monday. If we didn't see Kalina, they was booking a trip to go down there, some white people, and meet up with the people that have family in Jamaica and go over to the hotel and do a live protest. Only when we threatened that, because first we was docile, we was compliant, we was listening to the authorities, everything they told us, we was like, okay, so we just want to see proof of life, like every for 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 16-hour days, okay? So I don't want to hear nothing. It will all be revealed. The truth will be real. I'm facts over feelings. I don't care if people feel butthurt. If Kalina had been in Mexico, it would have been the same response. If Kalina had been in California, it would have been the same response. If she had been in Japan, China, Africa, we all still would have been advocating for her, doing exactly what we was doing. And people was like, what did the telephones do? What does a telephone do? She's alive and she's not a Kanika Jenkins. And everything that girl said in a live where things got confusing and wasn't making sense, it was confusing to me and it wasn't making sense. One part was her friends leaving and they slept in the same bed with her, and you worrying about they all should have been quarantined. Why did her mother, what mother gonna go fly down there to check on a child if their child is safe? Like the simple-minded people, you just go educate yourself. The people that really want to learn and uplift their life, go educate yourself. Now you're seeing that Jamaica is the #1. Now look at this. All they had to do was tell us, show us a picture, show us a video, the girl was okay. Now we know Jamaica is the #1 in OH and ST in the West Indies. Now we know it's #2 in the world for its murder rate. Now we know all of this. So I believe they was up to something. I believe she foiled their plans. On February 2nd, the health minister said, oh, Jamaica was in danger. It had the highest COVID positive, and they trying to do the forced AstraZeneca vaccines down there. So please, I gotta go. But February 2nd was the same day they said she tested positive. It's a lot of money involved. The hotel could get tens of thousands of American dollars a day if they have an American patient just quarantined there. and I would have been rebuking my quarantine too. The way that they was handling the situation. They had her in prison. It's okay to be quarantined. It's another thing to be enslaved in prison, treated psychological torture, um, spiritual torture, psychic violence. It's okay to be quarantined. It's perfectly. I would have been in quarantine chilling. I would have been on my live, turning off the internet, turning off the Wi-Fi, so she couldn't make no more videos. Okay, so like I don't have time to plead, God knows. God knows the truth. We behind the scenes, all it was more than 25 because then I met a new team of like 10 more people that was getting, they wanted to see answers and they was getting ready to go to Jamaica and get answers. Get ready to book flights, go to Jamaica, meet up with family down there, and go to the hotel. So in the total was like 35 people working behind the scenes or more because multiple people was in houses concerned about this girl. So I just want to leave it like this. Kalina have an army, a spiritual army, and that you could see and that you can't see. And this girl, I feel, saved Jamaica for right now from forced vaccines because on February 2nd, the prime minister and the health minister, who's friends of Bill Gates, who are friends with Bill Gates, Bill Adolf Hitler Gates, and Doctor of Death Fauci. They all connected. Google Cuomo. Cuomo is in trouble now for faking information, fraudulent information, and he's the governor. So miss me with the Jamaican Gleamer fake news report, misinformation, which is called Mockingbird, CIA Mockingbird media style reporting. All right, guys, do your research. Kalina told the truth. JetBlue is covering their ass. The hotel is known to have a bunch of sex crimes happening there. They're covering their ass. The tourism is covering their ass. And they was going to sacrifice this little beautiful girl to push their agenda for forced vaccines.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mama.
Love you.
I love you too, baby. Thank you, sis.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Holland. Thank you. What's up, BB Nice? You want to come up on here, Duada? Good morning, Duada. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. Good morning, BB Nice. I'm so glad to see you, my beautiful love. Let me drop the link. And Miss Holland, thank you so much for coming on. Unfortunately, we are getting flagged and reported as usual. I'm going to have to bust out my laptop. I'm going to say this again, and I'm getting tired of saying this. I don't have any ill will or harm or hurt for anybody. Nicole Reloaded and the Insomniacs is a platform, an open platform where my Black women, brothers and sisters, can come and communicate. We don't have to agree. We can agree to disagree. I don't know everything. Nobody knows everything. I'm just trying to bring people together to communicate. It takes a village to raise a family. That's all I'm trying to do. I can't please everybody. I can't. All I can do is do the best to be me and what's in the best interest of Yahshua HaMashiach. And he's working on me too as well. Hold on, you guys. And you're more than welcome to click this link. This is for survivors. We're survivors over here. We are no longer victims. My chest hurts. Sick of this stupid ass shit.
My friendship bracelet! Yeah. That's right. Watch it, kid. There we go.
You're the president of the United States. Let's go. Sarah, it's time to go. I don't want to go. Come on, I know you're having. Mr. President, give the ball to someone else. Give it to someone else. We had a lot of fun. We had to get going.
What?
We have to get going, sir.
I don't want to go.
I know, but it's time to go.
My friendship bracelet!
Okay, thank you so much. You're the president of the United States. Let's go.
Hey, what's up? You're listening to your girl. What?
Hey, what's up? This is your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we're locked and loaded with another video, and we are live. Oh yes, we are live, and we are on our way over to Twitter. There's been some trees throwing a shade on that black Twitter line. Oh yes, that's what we do, honey, over here with the Insomniacs, also known as So Ready for Love on Twitter. Follow me on all social media platforms. This is your YouTube content creator, vlogger, black news, stalking Twitter just for you. So tighten up. Get on your tennis shoes. Barefoot if you need, but it has increased and it has increased. We are locked and loaded. So follow me over to Twitter as I change the scene.
Microphone check, make it a microphone check. Give it a microphone, I make it a microphone dead. Don't step to me, newbie, I could truly be moody. I could have played the fucking Grinch in the movies. I've been a part-time shadow cat, part-time. That is not a guy that I would ever want to try to battle rap. Snap, crackle, pop, mind fried to a crisp. Make an MC into a wide-eyed lunatic. You. El professor is in the house, let me teach you. I could defeat you with two hands tied and have you waking in the hospital like, who am I? And who are you? Who are they? What is this? You wouldn't believe how someone react to this shit. The mind slips, and speaking in tongues. Sly ink, GVA, that's how we get it done. 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 Sly ink, GVA, that's how we get it done. They claim to be who they ain't. Try to knock my hustle, they can't. I pull this burner out of my pain. Chop him up where he stands. They claim to be who they ain't. Try to knock my hustle, they can't. I pull this burner out of my pain. They claim to be who they ain't. Chop him up. Chop him up where he stands. Okay. 100 pounds, he break it down. Takes a couple phone calls, they gon' make the round. Let's make sure that everybody eat. So in the end, I make the ends of everybody's street. They claim to be who they ain't. Chop them up.
Switch it up.
Chop him up where he stays. 100 pounds, take break him down. Takes a couple phone calls, they gon' make the round. Let's make sure that everybody eat. So in the end, I make the ends on everybody's street. I'm in the trenches with it dope in. I'm circulating public coke until they OD. The kid that started with 100 grams, now he can turn a full slap.
Hey, what's up? This is your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we are back. We are back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me see. Okay, you guys can hear me. All right, so what we're going to do is do an overview of what we were discussing. Thank you, Miss Holland, for coming on and giving me awesome exclusive information and tea and sharing and expressing yourself with positive energy. I don't need any negative energy over here. I am willing to take of course, criticism. I have to. I can't learn. I don't know everything. But I will not let any negative energy no longer disrupt my channel, disrupt the flow of my content. I'm already all over the place on my own. Okay. And I don't need people getting me out of my sorts and disrespecting me. I do my best to provide love, hugs, and kisses. I am not perfect, but I don't have any will or harm towards anybody. So keep your drama-filled, emotional ass the fuck away from me. Okay? I don't have time for it. It's unnecessary. It's not fair. It's selfish. It's uncompassionate, and it's inconsiderate. And I don't deserve it, and neither do you. Okay, I am not a robot. I don't know who people think I am. Think I'm supposed to be licking all up in their ass or be on some leash and do what the fuck you tell me to do. I am a 40-year-old woman going on 41 this year by the grace of God, and I do what the fuck I want to when I want to. Okay, so I don't know what this crap and crazy stuff is. People trying to flag and all this unnecessary stuff. So God forgive me for utilizing profanity during my frustration. I'm sorry. I'll get better. I'm a Cancer and I'm an emotional person, and I just want to provide love and light and sunshine. And whoever wants to be in the darkness and light cannot succumb in the same place. So just be gone. I'm here to just speak, like I said, on another note in regards to the vloggers and bloggers that discussed Kalina Collier's case that are getting a lot of backlash. I understand that some feel extremely angry and frustrated, but from the research and everything that I have found or whatever, Kalina Collier is not the first. From these interviews from CBS News, from the United States Embassy, Jamaica has been on high alert. And there's a lot of allegations and investigations from white women, black women. So we can't just say it's a black thing and we can't just say it's a white thing. Where women have been assaulted, you know what I'm saying, and mistreated. I am not saying at all that Jamaica as a whole and the people that live there are all like that. I'm not that ignorant and that immature to even think of that in that way. Just like the United States has a lot of issues. Humans have a lot of issues. I don't think like that. Like I said, this commentary is triggering, okay? So if you are connected to Jamaica or Kingston or anything, this is not a personal attack on any individual. These are these women's stories from CBS, Atlanta, in Detroit, in the United States Embassy. These are not Kalina's allegations, okay? All right, these are stories that have been vetted by CBS, Atlanta, in Detroit. As well as I said, once again, the United States Embassy. And if I am incorrect, you can email me at Nicole's, Nicoles, reloaded at gmail.com. So we're going to go over this and play both of the articles again. And unless anybody wants to click the link, you know what I'm saying? Don't come on here worried about my numbers. If you coming on Nicole Reloaded, you on here because you on here to see, to hear me and to see me. Not worried about who's in the chat and fluffing your fluff. You here because you want to chop it up with me and communicate with me. This is my channel.
My belief is that it was just a cold, calculated, planned out murder. It wasn't a random act of violence. It is somebody she knew. It is her throat slashed in a bush in the country where she would never have traveled. My belief is that it was just a cold, calculated, planned out murder. It wasn't a random act of violence. It is somebody she knew. It is somebody she trusted.
Andrea Gibbon believes her daughter, 26-year-old Desiree, was betrayed by someone she considered a friend. She was staying at a resort owned by her family in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and was last seen on Thanksgiving. The aspiring model and filmmaker was discovered Saturday, 4 miles away by police. Her throat slashed
in a bush in the country where she would never have traveled. Not ever. It was an isolated, desolate area. Nothing there.
Gibbon's stay was supposed to be for 1 month, a chance to travel, visit family, and get a job that would help pay for film school. The next step in fulfilling her dream of becoming a documentarian.
She wanted to know the culture. And she always said she wanted to be like Anthony Bourdain.
As her murder investigation is underway, her family in Queens is planning to bring her back to New York.
I need her home. I need to lay her to rest. We need to mourn her here.
The family now working to expedite the process to get a death certificate and bring Gibbon back home, creating a GoFundMe site to help pay for funeral costs, which reached its $20,000 goal in just 2 days.
Thank you, Blue Devil. I love you too, baby.
Murderous nation with 12 dead and 3 dies. Why 3 days? Why not a month or a week? And why you're saying it as
Got it. Back, everyone. In a matter of weeks, we're going to be heading into a very busy vacation season, but a dire warning from the U.S. State Department might have you thinking twice about some of the most popular vacation spots. The federal government says dozens of American tourists have been sexually assaulted at some of these vacation resorts.
This story is so alarming and frightening. 11 Alive investigator Faith Abube has the story of two women, including one from Metro Atlanta, who wished they knew about the warnings before they booked their vacations.
These are the pictures of paradise vacation resorts want you to see. The warm Caribbean sun reflecting off white sandy beaches and beautiful tropical drinks by a pristine pool.
We're in the Bahamas. It's truly paradise.
It was that promise of paradise that made Ashley and Jeffrey Pascarella decide to bring their wedding to the Sandals Resort in the Bahamas.
It's really just one of the most memorable trips of our lives up until the night of our welcome party.
After their welcome party, the couple says Jeffrey was in the bathroom and Ashley was sleeping when the butler assigned to help them snuck back into their room.
He was next to the bed standing over me. His hands are in my pants.
God, I had my whole vacation now. I just got there.
Farther south at another resort, Metro Atlanta woman Ivy Lee says she was also sexually assaulted. A vendor on the beach of the Sunscape Resort in Montego Bay, Jamaica, had offered to teach her to swim.
He said, relax, relax. And he starts, touching me again. And I'm like, no. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. He's still touching me. And then I realize that, I'm in trouble.
Since 2011, 78 American tourists have told the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica they were raped or sexually assaulted while on vacation. And for years now, the State Department has warned Americans about sexual assaults perpetrated by hotel employees at resort hotels. Jamaica and the Bahamas, where Ashley and Ivy were both assaulted, are both flagged as critical threat locations.
Had I been armed with the information then, the outcome would have been different. But I didn't know that then.
Fighting for justice in a foreign country can be daunting, but the Pascarellas were persistent. Their butler was eventually arrested. He pleaded guilty to indecent assault. But Ivy, on the other hand, decided it was best to drop her case.
I knew I was never coming back. Ever.
Do you ever fear that he would continue doing it again?
I do. I do.
The Sandals Resort where the Pascarellas stayed released a statement saying in part, "We take criminal allegations of violence seriously, report such allegations to law enforcement, and fully cooperate with law enforcement's investigation." And in Ivy's case, Sunscapes Resort says this is an unfortunate incident and not reflective of the experiences of most visitors to Jamaica.
And just one more note here. If you happen to be a crime victim while you're on vacation, U.S. authorities encourage you to report it despite any obstacles you might face. And also make sure you contact the U.S. Embassy so they can help you navigate the judicial system there.
Very good information there. We do have more of those online resources for anyone planning to take a trip to this area in question.
Yeah, we have all the links and advisories from the U.S. government on our website at 11alive.com.
A new investigation shows a number of popular Jamaican beach resorts covered up sexual assaults, then paid victims to keep silent. According to the Detroit Free Press, sexual assaults of tourists are a long-standing and unchecked problem in Jamaica, where an estimated 1 American is raped a month, according to State Department statistics. The paper also says victims agreed to payoffs by resorts to protect the resort's reputations and revenue. Teresa Baldes is the federal courts reporter with the Detroit Free Press. She worked on this investigation and joins us now. Teresa, thanks for being with us. Help us understand how widespread this issue is. Is it a few resort chains refusing to report the assaults, or is the problem more widespread?
That's a question I can't answer 100%, but what I do know is that I interviewed and spoke with victims from multiple resorts. This wasn't just one resort. It happened at several resorts, and every resort handled it differently. You had some that would have the guests sign non-disclosure agreements, and they would refund their trips. You had other victims tell me that the resorts just ignored me and said, try and forget about it, just deal with it. And you had others that said they talked me out of going to the police, and they can, just go home and forget about it. So how widespread it is, I'm not sure, but State Department statistics going back 7 years shows us that an estimated one American a month is reports being raped in Jamaica at the resorts. And there have been year after year warnings from the State Department alerting tourists about this. And I think that's the tricky part. A lot of people I spoke to said, I had no idea about these travel alerts.
Well, what happens to the alleged attackers when assaults are reported to the resorts?
Again, it varies person by person. I've had some that, when they reported it, initially there's sort of, and it's not fair, every situation is different, but overall, the victims are told, calm down, we'll talk about this, we'll deal with this. Some have called the police, but there's a resistance to do that. The resorts sort of want to handle this on their own. And, sometimes they're not believed, or sometimes they tell them, well, we've never heard of this happening before. That's what triggered this entire investigation. We had 2 women from Detroit who were in Jamaica in October, and they were raped at gunpoint inside the resort, an all-inclusive resort. And when they went to the front desk, they were told, we've never heard of this. When they went to the police said, we've never heard of this. When I interviewed tourism officials, oh, this never happens here. And that's sort of what triggered the whole investigation was, does it happen here more than they're saying? And it looks like it does.
Well, the stories victims told you as part of this investigation were often violent and graphic. What kinds of issues are these victims still dealing with years later?
It's again, it varies victim by victim, but there was one girl, she was 17 years old. She lost her virginity to a man she says raped her in a locked laundry room. And her friend who was with her was 21 years old. She said she was gang raped by 3 resort lifeguards. These young women still struggle with it. Their mothers were with them. They blame themselves. There's still a lot of, crying over it. And, are we at fault here? Victim blaming, victim shaming. Another woman I interviewed, she had been molested as a child. So when this happened to her on vacation, it sort of brought it all back for her. The severity is different victim by victim, but it's hard to deal with.
Hard to deal with, but so important. Thank you so much, Teresa Baldus, for sharing your reporting and insight with us.
Thank you for having me.
Nobody knows. We were waiting for our driver. We're sitting in the lobby. They come over to me and they're like, are you Kalina? And I'm like, yeah, I'm Kalina. So they're like, come with me. This tall Jamaican man named Earl, okay? I'm giving out all the details. God forbid that I'm unable to speak anymore. You guys have this live and you guys can speak for me because I don't know what the fuck is going on in here. So anyway, story straight me to call Earl because he said that we... No, I said it. And then he's like, no, you signed the paper. You're supposed to be quarantined. I said, no, I'm negative. Get your story straight and call him. He's like, and then he drives up to us and he's like, shh, because there was people passing by. I was like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they're trying to keep it real hush. They don't want to know. They don't want people to know what's going on. But it's super scary because nobody knows that I'm in this room right now except for the security guard. Nobody knows that I'm here except for my mother. So God forbid my mother was not here. Who knows what would be happening to me? These people they didn't let me have a room key. I'm in this room. They open this door whenever they feel like it. I've been taking a shower and they open the door because I don't answer the phone when they call her. Like, it's insane. It's insane. And now someone's knocking the door. And I'm on live. Somebody please screen record this. Yeah, screen record and see what they say. Let me call my mother because, Mom, if you're watching, the man is at my door. And I'm not talking to him. So anyway, come downstairs because the man is at my door. I don't even know how to call her without ending this live. So this random man is at my door claiming to be the head of health for the... Calm down. Okay. So basically, They open my door whenever they feel like it. The food, whenever I order food, it's not what I asked for. It's disgusting. So the reason why I'm going live and I'm telling my story about what's happening is because it just got even worse today. I just found 3 cameras in my room. 3. And I'm gonna show them to you guys because I don't want you guys to think that I'm bugging. And of course I recorded this and everyone's gonna know about this. So here's one. I covered it up, obviously. Here's the other one. And this one up here. So I just found out that I was being recorded the entire time I've been in this room. There are cameras in my mom's room. There are cameras in the room that my friends were quarantined in. There were cameras in the room that we paid for. So I'm finished. So I've had enough. You guys have me sitting here quarantining. You're not letting me know what's going on. I do not even have fucking COVID. You guys are getting money from the government, whatever it is, to say that you handle COVID correctly. I'm over it. Listen, when I'm telling y'all right now, when I am done with this hotel, this whole shit will be Kalina Ocean Coral. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm suing the pants off of this place. And you know what? I had to, no, you're good. I've been in here crying. I've been in here praying. I've been in here losing my fucking mind. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't deserve this. I travel all the time. What are they recording for? Why are you recording people sleeping? I'm in here. If I was in here having sex or something, why are you recording that? That's weird. You're not supposed to have cameras in hotels. That makes no sense. And furthermore, I could understand if it's in the bedroom. I really can't even understand that. But you're going to have cameras in the bathroom? Excuse. Really excuse.
We have to. If we don't catch him here, you might have to deal with him.
The Kingston Western Police are now searching for 3 men in connection. As if 12 is a big number. Using this logic, Brazil has 471 dead in 3 days.
Welcome back. We're continuing the news. More bloodletting in the Kingston Western Police Division. 5 persons have been killed in less than 24 hours. Most are believed to be reprisal killings.
The latest spate of homicides started with the killing of 21-year-old Tyrese Montague, OC Ironman, and Steve Beckles, OC Mashi. The 2 are among 5 who were shot at the corner of 9th Street on College Smith Drive around 5:15 yesterday. Residents say Beckles was attacked after leaving the Trenchtown police station, where he went to report as a condition of his bail for a case he had in court. We understand that men drove up and opened fire, hitting Beckles and 4 others. One of the injured is said to be in critical condition. About 5 hours later, at 10 p.m., gunmen invaded the home of a brother and sister and shot them both. The 2 subsequently died. Police say they are Janelle Thomas, 24-year-old hairdresser, and her brother Omar Jarrett, OC Brickback, 29 years old, laborer, both of 58 Penn Street in Jonestown. Residents believe their killing are related to the double killing on 9th Street in neighboring Trenchtown.
Panic and fear in Trenchtown, West Kingston tonight after 2 women were murdered in the area. A man is also battling for life. The shooting happened 3 hours apart in what many are describing as a reprisal in an area now under a state of public emergency. Kirk Wright visited the area earlier today.
The two women who were attacked and killed live almost directly across from one another on 4th Street. Tamara Phipps was first gunned down outside her gate. Now, this is where Tamara Phipps was sitting along with 4 other women about midnight when she was singled out and shot. There is still the presence of bloodstains here, but this killing only shows the total disregard for the security forces, the police and soldiers who are stationed at the top of this street, 4th Street. 3 hours later, in what's believed to be a reprisal, Shauna K.E. Banks and her partner were attacked and shot inside their house. It took place in full view of 2 minors, a 7 and an 8-year-old.
I'm Damian Mitchell, and this is Jamaica Now. An 11-year-old schoolgirl from Manchester has been hospitalized after she was allegedly raped and assaulted by a teenage boy this week while on her way home from school. The alleged attacker has been arrested by the police. In the meantime, child welfare officials are expressing increasing concern over skyrocketing reports of sexual and other forms of abuse of minors. Approximately 15,000 cases were referred to the Child Protection and Family Services Agency in 2018 alone. This represents an 8.5% rise on the 13,820 reports made in 2017. Using the 2011 census, this means that there are 1,730 reports per 100,000 minors aged 0 to 17. Meanwhile, 2 policemen have been accused of sexual assault. The Center for the Investigation of Sexual Offenses and Child Abuse, SOCA, has not provided details but says the accused cops will be interviewed. SOCA says the 2 incidents allegedly occurred on Monday and Thursday of this week. The offenses were allegedly committed by policemen attached to the Kingston Western Division and the Hannibal Police Division. The police inspectorate has also launched a probe.
Police officers on patrol in a Kingston neighborhood controlled by warring gangs. Armed with heavy weaponry, without warning, they search anyone they suspect could be carrying drugs or guns. There is more fear than faith in police.
There is a stigma with the Montego Bay is very beautiful.
Police officers on patrol in a Kingston neighborhood controlled by warring gangs. Armed with heavy weaponry, without warning, they search anyone they suspect could be carrying drugs or guns. There is more fear than faith in police.
There is a stigma with the persons in the community that the police are not here to help them.
That's because of killings like this one. An officer shoots dead an apparently unarmed man. Over 250 people were killed last year, and each year the number is rising. Evian Levy was gunned down days before Christmas. His girlfriend says police kill the innocent with impunity.
I don't think nothing is going to come out of it. It's just another ghetto youth dead without a cause. Anything.
Leslie says Evian and their son Dijon were at the barbers when police raided the neighborhood after a fellow officer was killed nearby. After his haircut, Evian came here, used the bathroom, and when he walked out, according to eyewitnesses, there were up to 15 policemen. They were all masked, and they shot him dead. Hundreds of killings like Evian's are being reviewed by a new independent commission. That body also told Al Jazeera it believes fresh allegations of organized squads being directed to kill are true. Former senior officer Renato Adams spent 40 years on the front line. He was investigated and acquitted for his role in multiple murders. He says in such a violent society, police must outgun the criminals.
If a guy is so reckless, so careless, so dangerous to take on the society and the police force, and if they are shot and killed in circumstances like those, my view, they have only themselves to blame.
Dijon, a witness to his father's killing, has never talked about it. He and his mother want answers, but they may have to wait.
Ghetto youths don't have no justice. None at all. And it's not supposed to go that way.
In over 2,500 killings by police in the last 13 years, just 2 officers have been convicted. Rachel Levin, Al Jazeera, Kingston, Jamaica.
and quite frankly, not impressed. I'm disillusioned that kids have no faith in the government and what they're doing. We should really push to do these investigations in a timely manner, because when the person like you spoke about, do that report about a neighbor, somebody should be there at the same time, and that's what we want to do. But it can't be done for all the cases. We want to increase the percentage of cases. I guess it's a resource issue as well, you know.
Hopefully, from your mouth to God's ears, these kids will start to talk.
A further concern is that the state fails to take action in a sustained way.
Hey, look at all these numbers of kids who are being brutalized, and there's a reaction to it. But then the flare dies, and everything seems to go back to business as usual.
For us, these matters and cases are everyday, daily. And I think we need additional resources in terms of the technical support. And this is within, in terms of
I was raped at the age of 9 by my stepfather. The police didn't came until a week later. His family members sent him away to some other country, and they couldn't find him. In that family, it was as if something went wrong, you're to be blamed for it. I think it's very important when you have family beside you, because we can't do it on our own. But sometimes we need support. I've known Faith for the last 8 months. When I met her, she was very, very shy and scared. She told me that her stepfather abused her too. She told me that not to blame myself for what happened to me. Most of the time, my mother used to cuss me and say, "You go have sex with man, give me this and me can't come in yard." My mother and I couldn't relate to nothing at all. She even tried to beat me when she found out that I was raped. When I think about things we could share together, she's not here, so I don't want another teenager to lack that. She said to me that my mother do not know my feelings, so we have to sit down and talk about each other so we can know each other's feelings. Yeah, she hate me a lot with my mother. It's very important to have a bond with the child, explain to them from very early what can happen. My daughter, she's now 7. I talk to her about good touch, bad touch, and because most times it's the family members who does the damage. So then I reinforce in her not only strangers should you be afraid of. I teach her to trust me enough that she can come to me and tell me anything. For somebody who has been raped, it don't stop there. Maybe it's hurting, yes, but you can get help. I mean, you can go far, way beyond. Life don't stop there, I swear.
Very beautiful place. Tourist resort, white sandy beaches, and all of those things. And the state of emergency is also just here to even give like tourists and persons that are coming from abroad a level of reassurance that the state is protecting them. So the state of emergency is actually a good thing from my point of view. So hopefully with the information that I've just provided you with, it's a very excellent thing. The state of emergency really provides Montegonians and even Jamaicans on a whole a peace of mind, a sense of security that the government is actually doing something about the crime and violence that is plaguing Montego Bay. It has its drawbacks because like every business place have like a curfew, like a certain time that they can operate until they are authorized to shut down based on what the government said. So in terms of like commerce, it does have some drawbacks, but at the same time, it preserves life. Gays and lesbians in Jamaica live in a state of constant fear. We live knowing that the probability of us being killed is very high.
Dwayne Jones was a transgender youth who was chased out of home at about 14 years old. He was killed because he was at a party. He was dressed in female wear, and someone at the party outed him.
This was at a street dance with about 300 people, and it appeared that no one attempted to intervene as they ran him down, stabbed him, shot him 3 times, and then ran over him with a car and left him to die on the side of the road.
How does it reflect on society when you have a 16-year-old kid that's being so brutally murdered and nothing happens, no consequence? When I was in Jamaica, I interviewed over 77 LGBT people. The one thing that we heard time and time again was about how they were not accepted by society. Kids as young as 12 years of age being kicked out of their homes.
I was beaten by 6 guys along with my brother and my mother in Spanish Town, where I had to run and pack my things and leave from that community. That's how I ended up here.
I have been following the homeless LGBT youth who live in storm drains. For these youth, it means that they have shown signs of behavior that is outside of the heterosexual norms. That may mean that they are bullied at home, at school, or bullied within their families. Sometimes communities threaten to beat the gay youth, presumably to beat the gayness out of him. And the threat can be escalated to threats of death or threats of burning down the home in which the youth lives. These persons feel that there is nowhere to go.
Homosexuality is not necessarily illegal in Jamaica. However, Jamaica does have the buggery laws on its books. The buggery laws are very old laws that come from when Jamaica was under British rule. While it doesn't outlaw homosexuality, it does outlaw anal sex between men. But the interpretation by different government agencies, including the police, fuels homophobia.
There have been too many cases in which persons who have attacked members of the LGBT community have not been charged, let alone convicted.
I was beaten up by 4 police officers in a pharmacy in Kingston in front of over 200 people. I went to live in hiding. One day I was stuck in traffic and a man walked across from a parked car on the other side of the road, and he came across and said to me, he said, "We've found you and we're going to kill you." That was a life-changing moment. I didn't go back home.
People are leaving Jamaica because they fear for their lives. They feel they don't feel safe at home in Jamaica, and they're moving to countries like Canada to find safety.
The reason I left Jamaica is because I was kicked out of the closet, so I had to flee the country that I was born in to seek refuge in a country where I'm fully accepted for my sexual orientation.
I worry every day about the LGBT people in Jamaica. I worry every day. I get phone calls, I get emails, I get letters asking for help. My life is in danger back home. Can you help?
No one deserves to be hunted and chased out of their homeland. And I think it's supported by our government in the fact that they don't do anything. Why we just can't be allowed to be who we are, treated with the respect and dignity that we deserve.
Happen and have my doubts, but no,
it is on my doorstep.
This spot marks where 25-year-old Fabian Ray was shot dead in the middle of the day by two policemen as he was walking to his sister's house to watch football.
After them shoot them, take him up. I try to put him in the trunk. But it's like he never dead yet, or they never have enough time to put him in the trunk, or what, I'm too tall. So then put him back down and shoot him again. And then pull the back door, and pull him in and drive past him house, because I'm go to him house. And drive past him and go with him. I cried night and day. I had a nervous breakdown. Because he is my last son. Out of 9 kids, he is the last son. And he's the first one that died.
But it's not just on the street that the police are considered lethal and corrupt. There's recognition of that fact within the highest levels of the force.
It is a serious, significant problem that we have police officers who are basically criminals and prepared to conduct criminal acts and corrupt acts for their own means. And that's just judging by the investigations I've conducted.
Former Scotland Yard policeman Mark Shields was brought in 4 years ago to tackle the country's gang violence problems and help clean up the force. How big a threat are the bad cops to the system right now?
It's an enormous threat because the bad cops, however few or many there are, undermine everything that the rest of us are trying to do. And we have to live with that every single day because we may take 10 steps forward of good policing. We may take 10 steps forward in terms of improving trust and confidence with the community, and then something happens and we're back to square one, and that's the constant problem. It's a struggle between good and bad.
It's the day after Kenrick Jack's funeral, and his parents are taking me on the short walk to where he was killed.
This is Jerry that right for this mark here. Right here and there. So 2 clip and then we that fire from a next clip. And if couple shot will come out don't find the 2 little boy them right there. So my son get the most, so I'm gonna go look on him, the whole I'm stomach full of shot on him, them down here so full of shot. And to show you all them wicked enough, the soldier use him foot in and throat and fire the shot in and stomach like this on him head. To kill him. Certified of him dead.
Right here.
Vehicles up and down this street bear testament to the firepower unleashed that night. These photos were taken after the young men were shot.
Those fire shot over people head for them leave the car before them do the murder. So them have ample time could have do it out early and then just therefore to kill somebody.
But not everyone fled. This man, we'll call Rico, couldn't run. He was too close, but just out of sight. He feared he'd become the 3rd victim if he showed himself. Did you hear what the police said to them? Did you hear what they said to the police?
The police, them don't say nothing to do with them. Them just come up, light is shining on them, them spin around. As them spin around, it just shot them get in same time.
The official police record of the shooting states,
the patrol team accosted 2 men along St. Patrick Road who they saw acting suspiciously. On seeing the patrol team, one of the men pulled a firearm and pointed it in the direction of the patrol team. The soldier then took evasive action and opened gunfire, hitting both men who fell to the ground.
Rico confirms the younger man who was with Kenrick Jacks had a gun, but he says it was never pointed at police. Why do you think they shot them?
It's the gun of them see them with, or them spinning up.
Did you see a gun? Did they have a gun?
Yeah, them have one gun.
Police know there is at least one remaining witness to the fatal shooting of Angela's son, and the locals here fear that the police think the witness may be one of these young men.
A
Hello, I'm Damian Mitchell. The major organized crime and anti-corruption agency is now investigating the circumstances under which a prisoner came to the gun court in downtown Kingston on Wednesday with a key for his handcuff. The prisoner said cops at the 100-man police station gave him the key to escape after leaving court, saying he knows what will happen if he testifies in a particular case. There was high drama in downtown Kingston on Wednesday afternoon as two women engaged in a fight, reportedly over the
Police officers on patrol in a Kingston neighborhood controlled by warring gangs. Armed with heavy weaponry, without warning, they search anyone they suspect could be carrying drugs or guns. There is more fear than faith in police.
There is a stigma with the persons in the community that the police are not here to help them.
That's because of killings like this one. An officer shoots dead an apparently unarmed man. Over 250 people were killed last year, and each year the number is rising. Evian Levy was gunned down days before Christmas. His girlfriend says police kill the innocent with impunity.
I don't think nothing is going to come out of it.
Renewed concern about domestic-related homicides. There are also calls for the introduction of high school programs dealing with conflict. We have more in this report.
The numbers are still being tabulated for 2019, but for years, domestic-related violence has been a major contributor to the country's overall homicide rate. In a report last year, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime classified Jamaica as being the world's second biggest murderer of women, with 11 out of every 100,000 females being killed in 2017. These killings are usually by their partners after the relationship turns south.
Now, this is from the Television of Jamaica, TVJ News, Tackling Domestic Violence, January 13th, 2020. All of the news channels that I gathered these different short clips are all vetted, they're all legit, they're all real, and it states about the violence, unfortunately, that is in Jamaica. Thank you, Tonda, for being here. For the Plaintiff's Jane that stopped by earlier. Thank you, Nightbot, for doing such a great job. Aaliyah RN, Heal TV, y'all make sure that you subscribe to her. She says, you have the spiritual connection, sister. Don't worry about the simple Simons in a sunken place. Thank you, my sister. I really, truly appreciate that. And may God bless you. Everyone, please make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. All I wanted us to do is just to come together and have a conversation. And I do not think that the bloggers and vloggers that were involved, I don't know about every one of them, but majority were genuinely concerned about Kalina Collier. And it's very sad that Jamaica has the unfortunate violence in their country. Some of the numbers can be disputed, though, based on how many people do live in Jamaica. But once again, the United States Embassy has it as number 4 right now, and it does not advise that you travel to Jamaica right now. Due to the fact that they're understaffed and cannot provide the necessary protections. I know Kalina Collier did get fired from JetBlue, and I stand with JetBlue if that's what they believe that was best for their company at that time. Hopefully more information will come out about Kalina, and maybe she'll speak on it. But I have been, thank you guys that have been emailing me. If you would like to email me, once again, you can reach me at Nicole's_reloaded, Nicole Reloaded on all platforms. So Ready for Love, Nicole's Reloaded on Twitter. These emails have me very emotional, you guys. There's a lot of women that are sharing their stories about how they've had experiences and have been violated. Hold on really quick. Let me gather myself.
Hey, what's up? This is your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we're locked and loaded with another video. And we are live. Oh, yes, we are live. And we are on our way over to Twitter. There's been some trees throwing a shade on that black Twitter line. Oh, yes, that's what we do, honey, over here with the Insomniacs, also known as So Ready for Love on Twitter. Follow me on all social media platforms. This is your YouTube content creator, vlogger, Black News, stalking Twitter just for you. So tighten up. Get on your tennis shoes. Barefoot if you need. But it has increased and it has increased. We are locked and loaded. So follow me over to Twitter as I change the scene. Hey, this is your girl Nicole Reloaded. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe and all that good Make sure you pay attention to this content disclaimer.
Now, a good check of the door shows no sign of forced entry. Yet, the gunmen were able to gain access to the house where the woman and her partner were sleeping. Let me take you to the bedroom where both persons were in the gunman's house. This is the bed on which they were sleeping when the gunmen entered the house and shot both of them. Now, we understand that after they were shot, the woman came to another section of the room, to the bathroom, where she sought refuge and then collapsed. Mr. Banks' partner sustained life-threatening injuries and remained in hospital.
My daughter man is not a gunman. He work down a ton of holes in our furniture store, dust down furniture. My daughter work over one shop.
Of course, this evening, there was outrage and condemnation in Parliament this afternoon over the continued attacks on the nation's women. TVJ's Andrea Chisholm was in Gordon House today, observing the proceedings, and now joins us live. Andrea? Well, Janella, politics aside, there are some issues on which parliamentarians stand firmly united. One such issue is domestic violence. They made it clear there is no excuse for abuse.
Any man that beats a woman is not a real man.
Opposition MP Horace Daly reacting to a perennial problem, domestic violence. In some instances, women have been killed. Alanda Terrelong points to what he calls toxic masculinity. For example, men who believe they own women.
And if they make an investment in the woman and the woman somehow cheat on them or give them bone or somehow no longer wants to be in the relationship, then they believe that somehow their feelings are hurt, their egos are bruised, and they must now somehow retaliate. Women are not the property of men. We must also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that if a woman decides, for whatever reason, that she wishes to leave the relationship, let her go. She does not belong to you.
He was responding to a statement from Gender Minister Olivia Grange, who condemned the recent killing of 2 women by their partners. She reiterated the need for more safe spaces to deal with women in toxic relationships.
Telling women to walk away is just one part of the solution. On leaving these environments, our continued support is needed. Nevia Sinclair, a young 27-year-old woman, did what we all recommended. She walked away. She walked away from an abusive relationship, yet still in her case, this was not enough.
On Sunday night, Nevia Sinclair was stabbed to death allegedly by her ex-boyfriend in Grinkley, St. Elizabeth. That same morning in Portmore, St. Catherine, JDF Corporal Doran McKenzie fatally chopped and shot his girlfriend Swan Easy before killing himself. In the meantime, opposition spokesperson on gender Denise Daly called for schools, communities, and church groups to look out for signs of domestic abuse.
When you listen to children, sometimes you're aware
of what is happening in the homes. But we don't take any stock, we don't take any note of these things in order that we can start the preventative measures from there. So we probably need to start looking at how the children are socializing in schools in order that we will be able to detect.
Andrea Chisholm, TVJ.
Thank you for the time of listening to your girl, Nicole Reloaded. We were locked and loaded with another video. May God bless all and thank you all for joining me on this evening. We will be back again. As my sister Tonda said, I'm doing my best to bring awareness. We are not victims, we are survivors. And together, we can make change. Remember, my sisters and my brothers, through God, all things are possible to those who believe, as long as you're willing to receive what God has for you. Be a blessing and not a curse. Nobody's perfect. But I know God can make change. But change has to start within you. There's so much that we can do. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Happy Friday.
Ow.